people out there. And around 10 o'clock, we all sit down, have a coffee and cookies, and people enjoy that. And they like to have responsibilities, some of them. So I would suggest the first thing you do is get yourself a committee and listen to them. They're all volunteers. Some of them don't have great ideas, but they have ideas, and they'll come around when they'll see the benefit. The greens are getting better. The members are enjoying themselves. They'll come around. So, okay. I'm going to be looking here because I got a bunch of notes just beside me. Okay. That's the plan to get the volunteer. The second time is find out what the club is doing. When is their tournament? When is their special days? So you don't water the grain the day before, or you don't fertilize the day before, or you don't schedule any heavy work the day they have a tournament or something, whatever it is. So that's the second day. That's the second thing that should be on your plan. And then you have to plan when you're going to do the fertilizing, spray for disease, watering, and all that. And then keep track of everything you do, what you do on the green. So it doesn't really benefit you right now. That's going to put, okay, on Wednesday, the 24th, we verticut, blah, blah, blah. But next year, when it's time to open up and you'll say, okay, well, what did we do last year? So that'll be in front of you. So there'll be no guessing. You'll know exactly what to do. And that's what I'm keeping by keeping a log. You have to keep a log of pretty well everything to do. Every day I write something in it. Whatever, the weather, or it's raining, or whatever it is. Should enter the temperature. It was sunny, cloudy. Did it rain? Approximately that much. And when did you water, and how much, and how long did you water? You got to keep track of everything. And the more you put in your log, the better you're going to be. And like I said, it's not benefit you this year, but it will benefit you next year. Or if you ever decide to resign, and whoever's going to take, then you say, here, this is what we did. This is what worked. This is what didn't work. So don't worry about it. So you have an idea. But if you were blind, you don't know what's happening. I'm getting columns. I just been appointed the greenskeeper, and I haven't got a clue what to do. Now, if he added a log, he could go back and say, okay, this is what they did. April the 5th, they did the first cut, but it's not happening. So I would suggest that we all start doing that. And when we resign and somebody takes over, he will not have to go fishing blind. He'll know, you have a good idea what to do. That's what I mean about making a plan. Now, is there any question on
that? No question, Charlie, but it's Jan Bauer. I finally was able to join.
Oh, thanks, Jan.
Yep.
Okay,
we had a bit of a panic. Huh?
Yeah. I introduced you to the rest of the green. She's you're from Lindsay Lawn Bowling Club, right?
For now, I guess, yeah. We'll see.
And she does the eastern part of Ontario. So if you have any question, or after the seminar is over, if you want her to come to your club, or you want me or any one of the people I mentioned to go to your club and talk to you personally, or if you have a problem and you don't know exactly what's happening, we'll go down, we'll send somebody down to have a look at your green and try to help you as much as we can. And that's one of the things that OLBA does for the clubs. We get our mileage paid by them, and that's great. So Jan is doing the Eastern. Should at least 3 times a week. You can cut every day. You're not going to get much. You could cut every day. It's not going to hurt. But don't. I don't think you would get much benefit of cutting every day. Maybe in the first part of the year when the grass is growing, or in September and August. What's happening?
The Peterborough Club, when Andy Caldwell was there,
Yeah.
they much like the golf courses, they did cut the greens every day. And one of the side benefits was clearing the dew off the greens so the dollar fungus didn't come in so much.
Yeah.
And the other thing was maintaining a constant pace. So that's a lot of work. They needed 2 people to do it because they have 2 greens, but they cut every morning.
Charlie, I got a question for you. Charlie, I got a question for you, Midland.
Yeah, just a minute. I just lost everything here. I'm going to have to go back in. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Ask the question. Okay.
I was at one of your
Answer
seminars
question.
before, and you recommended drilling holes in the ice. Did you do that this year?
No.
We still have lots of ice.
Yeah, there was some ice on there, but ice. They say if the ice doesn't last any longer, like it would have to be over a month or more to kill the grass. So anyway, I kept an eye on it, and it melted very good. But okay, I'm going to have to go out, and I just lost everything here.
Just so you know, Midland.
You guys keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You're more north. I mean, Burlington is south. So the weather pattern is very different. You may have more snow. It may last longer. It may develop ice with the thaw and freeze cycles. And when I was in Cannington doing the greenskeeper there, I did get a long auger bit. And I went down 2 to 3 times in the winter because we would have ice piling up, and just did put the holes in so that there was some air coming in too. And there was one year when I got a brick mason's hammer and actually broke the ice and pulled off slabs that were probably 2 to 3 inches thick. So it depends. In my view, it depends on where you are. If you're in Windsor, it may not be an issue. Burlington, it may not be an issue. The further north you go with the thaw and freeze cycles, the more, to me, be more careful about it.
I'd like to reinforce what Jan just said. We've had ice, not every year, and certainly not this year, but we put down some, it's a type of fertilizer that went right through the ice. I have squeegeed water off the green when it wasn't ice before it did, but we've also broken up the ice with a pitchfork, and it worked really well. So.
Yeah. The fertilizer that you can use is the brand name is Milorganite, and it's black.
Yes.
And because it's black and you put it on as the very last thing, it does absorb the heat better. And I know that's one of the practices they do use at golf courses sometimes. And by the spring, it will have been absorbed, so it won't come off on your hands and things like that. It's basically turkey doo-doo that's being processed. And you can get it at Rona. It's cheap. It's not one of the expensive high-end fertilizers.
No. It's Larry McClellan, St. Mary's. No, don't put a cover on it.
Right.
Golf courses have lost their greens because of it not too many years ago.
That was a huge debate, Ralph, when we were all trying to sort out the IPM stuff, and the guy who was the course superintendent at the Briars over in Sutton. It's one of those Chi-Chi golf courses, and he came in and gave us all what for and lectures and things. And he promoted very heavily that we all put tarps on the greens. And as soon as he said that, I said, well, it won't breathe. But he went on and on and on about it. And the following year, after they had tarped the greens at this very Chi-Chi golf club, the only one that actually survived winter was the practice green where they hadn't put a tarp.
Yeah.
So I don't know if other people agree. I strongly recommend against it. I can go on that one. Depends on what kind of aerator you have, right? Generally, a lot of the clubs will do coring in the fall and then perhaps overseed and then top dress. And then the Enstrada goes on for snow mold. If you have an aerator that you can change out the assemblies and you have tines or a slicer, then use those as you need to maintain good absorption and drainage. But the main coring, in my experience, occurs in the fall. If you need to do small patches and then do some overseeding early in the spring, that works too. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What I was planning, what I was going to say, we're jumping all over the place. I think we should, try to stay with the topic for today. Like we talk about the plan, and then we're going to go to mowing next. But going back to the ice, you're talking about putting fertilizer. There's a new sand now, this black sand that
Same
works
thing.
that work just as well, and it's a lot cheaper than fertilizer, and it's not going to hurt your green. Put fertilizer, whatever, when it starts melting, that fertilizer is going to cool, and if you're not there to sort of dilute it or wipe it off, or it's going to burn your green. The black sand is most golf courses now are using black sand right now. Okay, is any more question about the ice? Okay. About mowing. That's probably the first thing you're going to do in the spring. Before you do anything else, you're going to mow. Oh, there's Jeffrey. Can you hear us, Dave? We can't hear you. Okay. Okay. Ted?
Yeah, I made a comment on the in the comment section there. May I suggest to as part of a good plan is to establish a good relationship with your especially for the municipally owned clubs like ourselves in Windsor here. Establish a good relationship with them, and we have a fellow that works for the city of Windsor that went to school for this sort of thing, and like a turf management type thing, and we have a great relationship with him, so we know that we can go to him at any time when we have particular problems, as well as a place in Leamington called Plant Products, where we get a lot of our products from, and we know that we can call him at any time as well if we're having any particular problems, related to his field. And so we just have great relationships with people, and so that we know that we can go to people if we're having problems. And I think that's part of a good plan, is to establish those relationships.
That's great. Yeah, most clubs are owned by the city anyway. Especially the small club, like in the county or town or something, they don't have the resource like Windsor would have, or Burlington or Toronto. But that's good that you're lucky that you have that. Okay, now we're going back to mowing. Depending what you did last fall, if you did everything properly, you aerated, dig the plugs out, top dress your green, and then you let them grow for a couple of weeks, whatever it is, before you mow them again. If you didn't cut your grass, if you didn't mow, let's say last part of October, November, they would have grown at least probably half an inch or more. Now, the first cut this spring, don't go hog wild and go right down to 5/16 of an inch. You should never cut any more than 1/3 of the grass. Your grass is, if the turf is, let's say 3/4 of an inch, you just take 1/4 off the top. Leave it half an inch. The next time, lower your mower. Never take any more than 3/4. If you take more than 1/4, you're going to put too much stress on the grass and you're going to lose some. So you got to go gradually. Like for instance, I cut our grass probably the last part of November, just before the frost came in December. So they're about 1/4 of an inch. They're starting to grow now, but not much. The only thing that grows is the poa right now. But I'll be cutting next week, the weather permitting, and I'll be cutting just over 1/4 of an inch. I'll just take the top off. Then I'll gradually lower it. By the time May 1st come around, opening day, I'll be down to 5/32. So that's a good way to start, because if you go too deep, you're going to skin your green, because during the winter the ground is heaving or something, and when you get to the high spot, you're just going to cut it right down, and then you're going to show the root, and that part of the grass is going to die. Okay. And when you mow, you always go from corner to corner. If you take what the golf course do, they use the clockwise. So they'll go from 12 to 6 today. Next time they'll cut, they go from 1 to 7, 2 to 8, blah blah. So you never cut the same way more than once or twice a year. So what I usually do, and that was not my doing, it was one of the new guys that I got working last year. He kept asking which way should I cut. So what he decided, he bought himself a couple of flags, and you went from this corner to that corner. So you put a flag at the far corner. That's the way he cut it. And when he was finished, he turned it and put it in the next corner. So next time that he cut, we knew we had to go to that flag. So that's how we do it. Every 4 days we cut different ways, and we go back to. And it will help. So the grass doesn't get, the grass is a living thing. It always grows to the east to start with. But if you keep cutting the same way, you would have, the bowl will roll faster the way you've been cutting, because when you come against the grass, you get friction. And so that's how you keep turning around. So you don't have any, it's like, for instance, you got fast green going east, then you got slow green going west. Well, that's one of the reasons, because the grass always grows to the east. So it will bend over to the green, and then it's just like if you put your hand on the rug with piles. You put your hand on there and it'll be nice and smooth, and you go the other way, it's rough. But it's the same way. So that's how we keep turning around cutting. And the adjustment, we'll be talking about that. The adjustment of the lawnmower is a big deal. And I think Ralph and I, when the weather gets nicer, we're going to meet somewhere. They have a lawnmower, and we're going to make a tape of how to adjust your lawnmower. You should check your lawn every time you cut the grass. You can do it after or before. I'd rather do it before. You check your height of your green, between the roller and the cutting edge. That's your measurement. You have a gauge for that, and that's good. Like it could be 5/32. You just got a little gap. But then, if the cylinder that cuts the grass doesn't touch the bed knife on the bottom, it doesn't matter what height you got your lawnmower. It's not going to cut the grass. So the only way that you get a nice cut is your mower going to be sharp. That's number one. Number two, that cylinder got to be tight enough on the bed knife, so when you put a sheet of paper and just a strip of paper, like a strip, and you stick this paper on between the knife on the bottom and the cylinder, and you roll the cylinder by hand. You got to be careful. You got to use gloves or a screwdriver. You don't want to get your finger caught in there. It hurts, believe me. It happened many times. And if it doesn't cut the paper, it's not going to cut the grass. You might rip some of it and sort of damage the green, but you have to do it on both sides. There's two adjustments, one on each side. If you put one turn on this side, you better put a turn on the other side so that both goes to both side will be even. And if you do that, you'll see a big difference in your mowing. The first thing I do when I go to a club and they say, when the last time you cut your grass, I would say, can I have a look at your lawnmower? And that's the first thing I'll look at. If I took my hand and I rolled and the cylinder run free, you're not cutting your grass, you're just running your lawnmower over it. You're not doing any good. But that should be one lesson alone, and Ralph and Alf will do that during the summer, and we'll put it on. And well, that's depend a lot. If you use a lot of sand on your green, you would have to sharpen it, I would say 3 or 4 times a year. I got 3 lawnmowers, and the 3 of them will be sharpened twice a year. And we use 2, and then we'll send one for sharpening. Then we come back, then we'll send another one. So, but you'll see. It's when you cut your grass and you know you should be getting a lot of clipping in your bucket and you're not, there is something wrong. So either your cylinder is not properly adjusted or your cutting edge is too high.
Yeah. So I actually had the conversation with one of the person where we take to get our mowers cut at the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And because we were trying to get ours sharpened like once a month or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he said they basically cut, they sharpen the blades that they use on their greens like after 2 days.
Yeah.
So he said that's 36 cuts. So
Yeah.
if you think, our green is about one of their greens, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
then you'd be looking after 36 cuts. So, I think when Charlie's is saying he's getting his cut sharpened, twice a year or something,
Mm-hmm.
that's about right, because you'd be looking at 12 weeks of 3 cuts a week, which would put you about halfway through the season. So that's kind of what we just kind of figured that out last year ourselves. So
That's good. No, actually, it's a good idea. If you top dress your green last fall, your first cut you're going to pick up some sand, and that sand will dull your blade very, very fast. So that's one of the reasons we got 3 greens. We always use the oldest one we have is what I use to to cut the first cut in the spring. And during the summer, once in a while, when I verticut, I might put a very fine coating of sand on the green. And I'll use that lawnmower for that. Like the 2 new ones we have, we just keep them for good cutting. But yes, I would not get them sharpened before you do your first cut. Actually, you could do a couple of cuts before you get them sharpened. You're not going to be opening until May anyway, and you got the whole month of April to work on your green. So.
Yeah, instead of getting them sharpened that often, I backlap them.
Backlap, yeah.
Is that as effective as sharpening them?
Well, it's not as effective, but it's good. If you were going to if you have a backlap and you do it quite often, like I say, maybe once a month or whatever.
Sorry,
every
the gentleman that showed us the paper.
Like I would say
something there, but
I would say sharpen once a year would be fine if you backlap, because backlap does.
That's what I do.
It does sharpen it. It's just put the graphite and you roll the roller backward and it's sort of sharpened. It cleans up the blade.
Yeah.
But
that's what I
if
do.
you can't do it, that's great. I'll keep them sharp. Same as a knife, Cindy, raise her hand. The suggestion is by Lloyd Wood, and everybody knows about Lloyd Wood. He suggests that you keep going, and you don't cut the perimeter the first time around. You only do it after you finish. And it would help. Like my people or I always take maybe the first time I might do 2 swipe all the way around perimeter. The next time I might go 3, I might go 4. I never only do 2, and then I cut crossways, and it worked because we have a system that we change the green quite often. But I'll talk to that later on. But it doesn't really matter. It's whatever is most easy for whoever cut it. Maybe somebody else can talk on this, but whatever works for you. I don't have any problem with that. So. I like the Toro. That's what I've been using. We had a Jacobson, and it worked good. But I've been used to the Toros, and it does a fairly good job. Actually, we had one, and then we had a groomer on it. and it really did a really good job. But the blades on the groomers are very small. It doesn't take long for them to wear out, and then it's a very expensive to change the blade on it. So we discontinue that. Instead of using the groomer, we just verticut a little bit more.
Ralph, I would just add to that. To me, it doesn't. Whichever works best for you, whichever mowers you can handle. But the one thing I've been exposed to Toro mowers that are older, and they don't have the safety bar on them. So if something goes wrong and you need to stop quickly, they're very much too much to handle for me. Now I'm older and not as strong as I was. So whatever mower you get one with a safety bar. You just release it and it stops. So you're not being dragged all over the place or running into someone.
Mm-hmm. Too late, yep. We want to, yeah, verticut is two more down the line. But talking about back to the cutting the grass, especially this time of year when the grass is wet, or if you cut your grass with dew on the green, your roller is going to pick up some of that stuff on there, and it builds up on your roller, and that will throw your measurement right out. You think you're cutting at 1/8 or 5/32, but if you got a quarter of an inch thatch or whatever it is stuck on your roller, you're not cutting anything. That's why they suggest that you should mow when the grass is dry, and that would be in the middle of the day. And a lot of people, it's too hot to cut, so that's how they cut in the morning. But if you clean up the roller as you go along, you might have to go 2 strips down, and then you look at it, and your back roller is all covered, and you can clean that out. But the one in the front that you don't see is underneath your bucket. That's the one that's going to create problem. That's the one you have to clean up. And when you train new people on your green, that's to cut the grass is the first thing you tell them. Keep looking at your roller, because if you keep building up, you're not going to achieve what you're looking. Okay. Yeah. No, it's a lot of people do that, and there's nothing wrong with it. For taking the dew, as long as your green are not full of thatch. I mean, like if you just pass a couple of passes, the water's going to stay on top. If your green is free of thatch and you've been verticutting regularly, that water's going to go down. It's going to go down to the root. Half an hour later, your top is going to be dry. But if you haven't verticut and your greens are spongy and everything, that little bit of water is not going to help you. It's going to hurt you. But it's better to do it and not removing the dew at all. Put it that way. Same as rolling. If you take the dew off with rolling, it's good. It does a good job. Then if you keep doing it, you're going to compact your green out. You know what I mean? If you have sand green, you're not too bad. But if you have a lot of soil in your green, it will compact. But then you got to aerate, and it gives you more work. I would suggest just taking the dew off, whichever way you want, will work. Okay. And what was this? It was more one question there, was it? Oh, okay. Yep. Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay. But then if if you cut your grass when the grass is dry, it's not a problem. The roller will not pick anything. So whatever. Oh,
Does my mic work now?
hey, welcome
Yay!
back.
I
Welcome
fixed it.
back,
I'm a
Dave.
tech genius.
Yeah.
Charlie, we have a very heavy drag that we use to take the dew off.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got any suggestions for something that's lighter? The members are finding it too heavy to drag.
Yeah.
Got like a carpet or something?
Well, our carpet is fine for a while, but then I was told by an old greenskeeper, he said the carpet, if you have disease on your green, like dollar spot or something like that, and you drag the carpet, that fungus will get on your carpet. Unless you spray your carpet and clean it, the next time you're just spreading the disease around. So what we're doing, I went out and I bought 2 brooms. They're 36 inches wide, and I got 2 of them, and I just joined them in the center with a brace on each side. And I got 2 handle on it, and we just walk up and down the green, so we get 6 feet at one shot. And like I said, and I got one person doing that every three or 4 times a week. And instead of going out walking to the neighborhood, get their walk, they come to the green and do their walking. And that worked good. And every time I spray the green for disease or something, I spray the brush also. So.
Okay, thanks. That's a good suggestion. I have a couple of brooms. I'll get them together and attach them. Thank you.
That's a cheap way of doing it. You can buy one. You can buy a broom about 6 feet tall, but I think they were about $400 something.
Right.
So I just went out and bought 2, and it probably cost me about $70, and I got a nice broom.
Okay, good.
Dave, we also use that process in Cannington. It works a treat. It really does.
What do you use?
We used 2 brooms, push brooms, joined together, and then you pull them, right? And I recommend it to every club that copes with this instead of carpets and screens and wheels and all the rest.
Oh, great.
And make sure the brush, a soft brush.
Yeah, soft bristle.
Yeah, bristle, because if you get the rough one, it'll just jatter. They do just go up and down.
Perfect. Thank you. Yep.
Don't push, drag.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Don, how you doing?
Fine, thanks, Charlie. What we had built in Windsor, it's PVC tubing. It's about 8 feet long, probably 4-inch diameter, with a rope in between. So, and mind you, it's been modified. I'd be glad to take a picture and share it. Yeah. So we can get, it knocks the green down nicely. Good. Relatively inexpensive to put together.
That's great. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. Yeah, everything to take the dew off. It doesn't even I don't like to use the water, but even using the sprinkler system is better than leaving it there, because nothing good will happen by leaving the dew on the green. It doesn't. All it does is create problems.
I've used garden as an issue.
No, garden hose. No, I use a garden hose at time too. We tried everything. Actually, I used a garden hose one day when we had, I think it was when we had the North American channel. We had a deluge with so much water. We had to, instead of squeegee the water, we just took the hose and sort of sweep the water off the green. So yes, you can do it. Won't hurt.
Yeah, because I've set up a system where I've got a hook in each corner
Mm-hmm.
of the green in on the backboard in the corner. And so I hook one end of the garden hose. It's probably, well, I've got about 100-foot garden hose, and I just drag it from one corner to the other, and then I hook it up on the other end. So it's something that I can do myself.
That's good. Yeah. 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 Whatever works for you. Like, you know, like I said, take the dew off. It doesn't matter how, as long as you get the dew off. That's the main thing. Okay, it's now getting close to 11 o'clock. So we've been within an hour, and we gone make a plan and mowing. So I think it's about all with mowing. Like I said, if once we get good weather and time, everything is like Ralph is still a working man, so we have to work through his schedule and make a video of how to adjust your lawnmower. Like it's very important that to make sure that your cylinder is adjusted so when you stick that piece of paper or a blade of grass, it cuts it. It doesn't tear it apart. It just cut it nice and soft, and you'll be okay. And make sure when you cut that your rollers are clean. If the rollers are built up, you just lose your height. Just measurement, you might as well not have any measurement at all, because if you're going to cut, let's see, 5/32, and you got a 1/4 of an inch stuff on your roller, you just lost it. You just keep running your lawnmower. So I think that's. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, like going to fertilizer the next thing. That's the same. That's a big subject. I got in touch with Ontario Seed, with the agent that I deal with, but he couldn't make it today. He was going to have a presentation on fertilizer. But I guess the main thing about fertilizing is what kind to put on, what to put on. Like I know in the spring, got to be high on nitrogen, because nitrogen is what drives everything. Like you got to think of nitrogen as on a train as the engine. Nitrogen is the engine. It'll do everything. So you got to have high numbers for at least in the spring. But you're saying that usually in the fall, like we're a big club and we got 15 tournament during the summer. Usually we have an Ontario championship or district play down and all the special day. And then on Thursday night, we got a mixed pair league, and that's all the greens are full. On Tuesday night, they play 4-3-2-1. All the greens are full. So we're constantly on the go. So it's pretty tough to put fertilizer and save all the fertilizer you put on the green. You're going to lose a good part of it by cutting or whatever it is. People don't like the fertilizer to stick in their bowl. So what I've been doing, I usually put granular early in the spring. Next week, probably going to fertilize after I got to mow first, and I'll fertilize, and then I'll do it again in May, granular. For June, July, and August, where we're really busy, I go to liquid fertilizer. Liquid fertilizer, you can put it anytime, and you can bowl half an hour as long as it's dry. You can bowl on it. It's not going to hurt the bowl. It's not going to pick up anything. But the liquid fertilizer is a lot more expensive, and you have to do it every 2 weeks. So it's a lot more work, but when you got a club like we have, and probably Windsor will be just in the same boat, sometimes you have to bite the bullet and pay the money. But what I do in the fall, after I give it a really good verticutting, then we aerate it, we'll take the plug out, and then we'll top dress. And usually I'll put maybe 10 to 15 pounds of seed on the green. And then we'll drag the sand so the seed gets in the hole. So every spring, I got new growth coming in. So there's a fertilizer that I've been using, and it's I get it from Ontario Seed, and it's let's see, what is it? It's 1238, the number 12 and 30 and 8, and that's like what they call a starter fertilizer, and it has really worked good for me. I usually I would go out with maybe a 18, and in June I go to an 18 to 18 for the rest of the summer if you use granular. Or if I go liquid, I go with 1438. Put 2 liters of liquid fertilizer and 1 liter of promo per tank. And my tank holds 50 gallons, and that will do 1 green. So, and I got to do that every 2 weeks. And that liquid fertilizer, I think it's about $600 a jug for 10 liters. So you're only good for 5 spray. So I got to get 2 liters of that and 1 liter of promo. Promo is only 1 liter, so that'll last you for the summer. So it's getting expensive. That's what when Ralph says carpet is best, maybe it is best. I don't know. But between the chemical and the fertilizer, I would say costing me close to $5,000 or $6,000 for the year. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thanks, Ralph. Yeah. So,
Hi. What's your opinion, Charlie, on this guy from the UK, John Quinn? He recommends moving away from chemical fertilizers and salts and using a more natural product like compost teas.
Yeah, I discussed that with Guelph University, with the professor down there, and he says it's like everything else. Once in a while, they come up with some stuff, and he said if it was good, everybody would be using it. Every golf course in North America would be using it if it was as good as he says it is. And he says, do you know anybody that's using that stuff? And he said, no, actually, I don't. Well, he said, that should tell you something.
But that's what IBM.
And he has some good ideas. Yes,
That's
some
what
really,
IBM said about the PC.
well, I know. He has some good ideas. But you can try it. You could try it if it was available. If it was available in North America, you could get it. I probably would try it, but it's got to come from England. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg to bring it over. I think just for a plastic pail, not for the material. The plastic pail it was £10 just for the pail. I looked into it, and it wasn't worth. I didn't think it was worth getting it. I know it's going to come a time when we have to get rid of the chemical, and anything to get rid of the chemical is fine with me. But unless if it's proven and we can get it easily, I would say.
I think we can there are similar products here in Canada.
Is there?
I think so. Yeah. From little research I've done, I think there are similar type products. Available to us.
You can try it. Whatever works for you. Unless they come up with something better and easier for me to use, I'm just going to stick with what I know, and I cannot tell you that it's good or not because I don't know anything about. All I can say is, whoever I talk to, don't seem to think it's a good idea. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right place for it, but I'm curious to hear your views on the role of air in a green and what practices you do to ensure good aeration.
What practice do I use? Well, we have an aerator, and the tines are interchangeable. You can have solid tine. If you use solid tine, you can aerate your green and bowl the next day. It's not going to hurt you. You got hollow tines. You can go as little as a 1/4 of an inch to 5/8 of an inch. If you use the hollow tine, you pretty well have to top dress it and fill up the holes before your bowling green it will be great. But if you got hollow tine on it, it's great. Anything that put holes in your green, it's good for you. But that'll come later when we talk about verticutting and irrigation. It all stems from. It's just about impossible to have fast green if you don't verticut your green.
What about deep tine aeration?
Deep tine, I love it. I do it once a year. I love the deep tine. That's help you with, and that's something else. When we get to the disease, I'll talk to you about about localized dry area. They are getting more and more because the system is changing. Like at one time, if we had maybe during the summer, if we had 3 days about 90 degrees, we were lucky. Now we get a stretch sometime of 10 days or 12 days with 90 degrees or over. And now, if you're not prepared for that, if you fall asleep at the switch, and people are using more sand on their green, you're going to get localized dry area. But that's something I was going to talk to you later about it.
Okay.
So anyway, if you have soil green, the soil green, some of them, like for instance, the newer green that were built, I would say, about starting in the 90s, or they're all built with sand, pure sand. The green before that, they were all a mixture of sand and topsoil, mostly soil. And if you get the old type green, you're going to have a lot of compaction. The water doesn't drain as much as it would on sand. So you don't have to water as much. You don't have to water your green as much as you have when you have a sand green. So you got to be very careful. But you will get a lot more compaction with the soil green than you will with the sand. Okay, so I try to aerate deep tine our green at least twice during the summer. And
yeah. Well, I'm just looking at Beth Martman's question. What chemicals are we talking about? The one that is, they're like Daconal is soon going to not be licensed, right? It's going to be coming off the market for weeds or whatever. Stress Guard works well, and that's the newer version of DAC, I think. And for snow mold, the Enstrada is still licensed. The challenge for a lot of clubs with this chemical business is I don't have an IPM license. You know, I made the decision it was too expensive and I didn't want to become a chemist. So in fact, even though I know how to use those products, I cannot acquire them. And that has become, for smaller clubs especially, or even some of the larger clubs that are finding it difficult to find a licensed individual, not only to purchase the products, but to apply them. So you're going to have to keep working at that one because I can't imagine a day when we're going to go back to the double F2 and you could get it from a golf club and do it yourself. Okay. But Stress Guard, something similar to that, anything that is on the market, and just read the labels and you'll know what they're supposed to be doing. Or you can go online and just look. What do I use to control dollar fungus? What do I use to control black algae fungus, mold? Your problem will be if you're not licensed to find a way to purchase it, and ideally to find someone who will apply it. I don't, for most clubs.
okay, Ralph, have you got any more questions on fertilizing? Yeah. No, that'll come later. That'll come later. I think it's 10 after 11. I think verticutting is going to take a lot of time. So I would like to start going by verticutting. One thing about verticutting, if you don't verticut your green, you will have a hard time to achieve more than 10-second greens. Unless, really you don't water your green and you roll the daylight out of them, you might go there, but you're still going to have problem achieving over 10 seconds. So that's one thing you got to put in your mind. But you don't want to say, well, Charlie says to verticut, and go there in the spring and go a hog wild and just rip your green all to hell. You don't want to do that neither. So there's a very, for instance, if you have green only being verticut once or twice a year for the last 10 years, if you were going to take a chunk of your green, like, go down maybe 2 inches just with a knife, cut it 2 inches square, and you look at it and you'll see where the thatch is. It might be as deep as half an inch. And your verticutter is not going to be able to get that. You should not go any at the most more than 1/4 of an inch with your verticutter. You don't want to disturb the root. Actually, it was an old greenskeeper in London that told me one time that I used to go and bowl there, and that his green was always nice, no dollar spot, nothing, fast. And asked him how he was doing it, and he said, "We're vertical, vertical." And I said, "Well, how deep do you go?" He said, "Have you got a quarter?" I said, "Yeah." So I show him. He said, "See the queen's head?" He says, "You don't want to go any deeper than the collar. The queen doesn't want to be hitting the chin, just to the collar." So that I never forgot that, and that's many years ago. It was in the 90s. So when you even if you cannot get all that thatch out, if you were going to verticut, they suggest once a week, but once a week is a lot of work. Like say for instance, last year you did it twice. If you were going to do it 5 times or 4 times this year, that would be an improvement. So that thatch it took probably 10, 15 years to get to that stage, and you're not going to remove it all in a couple of years. When come the fall, and you're going to have to aerate them with the biggest time you can get, and I think it's 5/8, and they'll probably go down about 2.5 to 3 inches deep. All the plugs will come out. You take that out, remove it, and fill up with sand. So that means that every 2 inches in your green, there's going to be a whole 5/8. That's going to be pure sand and good sound, good firm surface. The 5/8 hole, you don't really need to overseed. You can if you want to, but it will grow in. You wouldn't come May, you won't even see the holes. But you got to make sure you fill them up with sand, and that will remove probably 20% of the thatch on your green. That's the first year. The next year, you're going to do it again. So within 4 or 5 years, you will have real fast green, because you would have mostly replaced the whole surface, 2.5 inches of green. I know it's a lot of work, but that's how you do it. And if you keep verticutting, let's say every 2 weeks, light verticutting every time, you will maintain your green. This suggests once a week, but if I do a nice big verticutting the first week of the month, and the second week after, if we just we have 3 verticutter. One's, we call it the groomer. It was a Jacobson that was a lawnmower, and we put a verticutting reel on it, and it just does a nice little tickle. It doesn't really hurt anything, but it just takes the top lash right out, and then we don't even have to get a sweeper to sweep the residue. Just a plain lawnmower, a regular lawnmower will pick it up, and that's good. But that's the only way that's going to speed up your green is your verticutting. You mow your grass properly. I know they say the roller will give you a 1 second speed on it, and it will it will eventually, but you also will compact your green. You could, as long as your surface is dry, but I prefer cutting first.
Charlie, what's your thoughts on the air temperature with relation to verticutting? We've heard a lot of people suggest that if at least for a day or two after verticutting, if the temperature should be below 80 degrees and maybe 75 degrees. What's your thoughts on that?
I never had any problem. I verticut when it was 90 degrees. The only thing that hurts the people who are doing the work. It doesn't really hurt the green. You're not doing really. If the temperature was going to hurt your green, you're doing it too severely. That would be my answer. If you just do a regular verticutting, like, you just go down just a slight below the grass, you don't want to hurt, you don't want to disturb the root. You don't want to, all you want to do is take that. When you look at your plug, when you take a plug out and you look at it and you sort of open up the grass, and you'll see all the dead grass in there. Like, it doesn't matter. Every green got Thatch on it. Doesn't matter if somebody said, "Oh, we don't have any Thatch." If you didn't verticut, yes, you have, because that's the nature of the grass. The nature of the bent grass, and you use nitrogen for your fertilizer, you're going to have that. So you will see when you take your plug out and you look and you see all that. That's all you want to do with your verticutter, is take that stuff out of there. You don't want to disturb the root. You don't want to bring up any sand. So it doesn't really matter the temperature.
Charlie, when will you do your first verticut of the season?
Around between the 10th and the 15th of April. I'm gonna hopefully next week, if I get find a day, I'm gonna cut them, and then I'm gonna verticut them. Then after the verticut, I'm gonna cut them again, and then I'm gonna fertilize. So the fertilizer will go, will not stay on top of the grass. It'll go right into the. That's the plan.
Yeah. Then do you try and do it every 2 weeks, verticutting?
In the growing season, yeah, I try to. Sometimes we don't. So, let's say I got a plan to do it on Thursday, then it rains, so we can't do it because we probably got a tournament during the weekend, so we can do it. So it'll be next week, so it'll be 3 weeks. But the direction of the verticuts from corner to corner, same as the lawn mowing. But this is one thing that I suggest: you don't go around the perimeter first. You just do it and turn your verticutter, and then when you're finished, if you think you need, you can go around a couple of times maybe. But the first 6 feet or 7 feet of your green all the way around, that's going to take the worst beating of all. That's where everybody stands. So you sort of have to be careful when you get too close to the plant with your verticutter, or even mowing. What I do with our mowing, when we go east and west, there's one end of the green is about maybe 6 feet on one end, 4 feet at the other end. Like, I might not cut that for, we're going to be 9 days going east and west, then we go north, south. So when I'm using east and west, I might not cut the north and south end, like, the 6 feet at each end, because we're not going to use them. I'm going to let them grow a little bit. Instead of cutting them every 3 days, I might only cut them once during the week. You don't want to get them too, like the grass to grow too tall, but you want to give it a rest. So I do that on every time we switch direction. I'll do the opposite direction. I will not cut it. I would leave that grow for, a couple of cuts anyway.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to find the unmute. Charlie, do you suggest directly after, immediately after verticutting to water your greens, get some water on your greens?
Not really. I'll be talking about irrigation shortly, probably after lunch. I only water when it's needed. We got an automatic sprinkler, and I never put it on automatic. I got a meter. It's a moisture meter. I'll go down and I'll check the green, very well every day. I'm out there anyway, so I just check for moisture. And the ideal thing is the top inch of the green should be dry at all time. I know it's not going to happen. It's going to rain. It's going to water. Down about 3 to 4 inches, it should be moist. At 6 inches down, it should be wet. And that's the ideal. That's ideal. It's hard to get. but that's what we should be planning for. So when I go and check and I go down and they say, oh boy, they're getting dry. Okay. And it's usually early in the morning, 6 o'clock or something like that. Then I'll water them, but maybe 20 minutes per head. Give them a good soak. And then during the afternoon or evening, if I'm bowling, I'll check them again and I'll see that the water has gone down to the 6 inches. Now we're wet down there, so we're okay. But I don't believe in putting this automatic sprinkler and it goes on every second day or third day. Like, you should know when your grass need water. If you verticut, you aerate, the water is not going to stay on top. It's going to go down, and that's where it should go. The water staying on top of the green doesn't do any good. Matter of fact, it just hurt the grass. You should never water your grass at night for that reason. So anyway, the best way to do it, if you can, if you cannot do it, your lawn is going to need water. If you cannot do it personally, manually, by all means, do it automatically. But you don't want to overwater. You don't want underwater. You pretty well have to be there every day to check your greens. I figured that if I was going to use the automatic, I will probably water maybe twice a week, and it will survive.
Yeah, Charlie, what do you suggest on a green where you can only play one way?
Yeah, that is a concern, but move your mat. A lot of people right now are using the large mat, and they say, well, we use them all the time. Well, why are you using them? Well, to stop the damage. Well, my answer to them, if you do your work properly, if your greens are solid, like hard, you're not wet, you got no attach to your green, you're not going to damage your green by bowling. No matter, you can drop your bowl, you're not going to damage the green. So what I say to them is, large mat should be the last resort. Like for instance, if you have a tournament and all of a sudden the sky open, you got a torrential rain and the greens are wet, by all means, But other than that, I don't like to use the mat. I would rather spend a little more time, like for instance, aerating the green with solid tine, maybe more, just around the first 6 feet all the way around the green, and that will give you get away from the compaction, and it will, whenever you water, you fertilize, everything will go down to the root zone where it should. Otherwise, if you don't verticut and if you don't aerate, that thatch is holding everything. It's holding the water, it's holding your fertilizer. To me, verticutting and aerating is the most important part to get your green fast. Anybody?
The other question I have is, when you check your meter, what reading do you consider wet, and like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Well, I just go to the garden store and I buy one of the cheapest I can get. I think they're about $19.
Yeah.
And first part is red, then it's green, and then it's blue. Okay. When I go down to the 6 inches, I like to see it blue.
Oh, okay.
Top, I like to see it red, then green, and then blue. That's how I like to see the and if it's once you go to 6 inches and it's green, then I would say it's time to water again.
Okay.
But if it's blue, just leave it until it gets green.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. You mentioned changing direction of play. How often at Burlington do you change, north and south, east and west? And how many rink changes do you have within that cycle?
I change direction every 9 days, and I change greens I change ring every 3 days. Somebody do it every day. I don't see it. We change it every. I got A, B, and C setting on east, north, going east, west, north, south. For the first day, we'll be on A. We'll bowl 3 days on there, and we bowl 3 days on B and 3 days on C. Then we go north and south. So when we go north and south, I don't cut close to the plant on each side, east and west. Instead of doing 3 cutting, I only do 1.
Okay, thanks.
And that will save your. And I know it's tough because, like if you know Burlington, the lawn bowling club, you come out of the middle door, you're right on green 4, 5, and 6. Okay. And guess what? They'll grab their bowl and they go right to the 4, 5, and 6. Never anywhere out on number 1 and number 8. Never anywhere. Never any divot taken out of that. It's only 4, 5, and 6. And you got to be after them. And I know it's a tough job and you're not going to be popular, but you got to make them use every green. What we do, talking about greens, and I was going to talk to it later, but I can say something now. In the afternoon, we bowl afternoon and evening. In the afternoon, we start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 16 if we have the people. That's in the afternoon. In the evening, we start from 16 to 1. So we try to spread them around. Otherwise, they'll be using 4, 5, and 6. Well, if we don't actually have any off green, like the whole green will be open, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
There we are. I just wanted to clarify. I used the wrong word. I said rink when I meant green.
Oh,
like
okay.
like we alternate.
You got 2 greens, do you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and the one you don't use, you can do whatever you want with it. If that would be a good suggestion as far as mowing, cutting, the one you don't use, that would be a good time to cut it because it would be nice and dry in the afternoon if you can get somebody to work during the afternoon or, between 10 and 12. You could cut your green then, and that'll be better. You won't have to worry about adjusting your mower and cleaning your roller and everything like that. But I would not do too much change. Not much you can do in one day. You cannot aerate, or you could if you had solid time. Yeah, the spray you could not spray chemical if it was somebody on one green and you were spraying the next green. Actually, when you spray, when the IPM certified person would do the work, you would make sure there was nobody around, and at least an hour before that stuff dries up. Because that stuff is like it's a spray and it runs around. And you're supposed to notify everybody that you're going to spray 24 hours prior to when you're going to spray and all that stuff. So, but I would not suggest that you spray a green while you got somebody else bowling on the other green. But it could happen. Yep. That's right. Yeah. It's what we try to do is my guy is the guy that we have an IPM certified, and I got a technician from the city. Still work, but he works under the table, so I pay him to come and spray. And he either will come in early in the morning, like on a Sunday morning where we don't bowl Sunday, and that's when we do it. We do the spraying on Sunday. So there's nobody around. Okay. Well, we were talking. We were still on verticutting, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, I would suggest that if they get a new verticutter that they don't know how to handle, that they get in touch with us, and we'll send somebody over to teach them. Like I said, we got 4 people all over the province that go there and show them how to verticut. Anytime you guys wants to know how it should be done, you can send us an email or something, and we'll send somebody, or even John would tell you how to do it. Right, John?
Yes,
Charlie,
not
comment.
often enough.
We have a club nearby that doesn't have a verticutter, and we transport it up to them. They give us a call, and it's not very far away, but until they get one, and I think they're trying to, we just share ours.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad. They're not that expensive. You can get one from Battleman for what, $2,100, and they're just as good as anything else. They're easy to operate, and that's what most clubs are using right now.
I'd just like to add that we were using regular blades on our verticutter for under Don Caswell. I've been working under Don for 3 or 4 years now, and you can go through blades pretty quickly. In 6-7 verticuts, and
Yep.
I'm not sure the cost. I think Don could chime in on that. But last year or the end of the year previous, we bought carbide tip blades. And we used them all last year, and it hasn't even touched it. It's basically, they're still almost brand new. So just a suggestion. They're obviously more money than regular blades, but they're going to last a lot longer.
Yep. Yeah,
I agree, Ted.
I got one verticutter with regular blades on it, and we got to change. But I got an old verticutter, and we got carbide blade on there, and I'm on my 30 year with them, and that still got all kinds. They haven't moved. So, but you have to be careful with the carbide because it's just a little thicker than the regular blade. Like the tip, it's just a little thicker than the other one. And if you go too deep with them, it'll rip your turf all to hell. Or if you, for some reason, you get to the end and you don't lift your machine soon enough, it'll leave it. You'll just chew it all up, so you got to be very careful. So I'm the only guy that used the one with the carbide blade because I had one guy doing it, and it took me about 3 weeks to patch up the mess he made at the end. So there's one thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. I know it says Beth. It's just that's my wife's email that I'm under, so that's okay. The question I have is, so if we verticut, let's say from one corner to the other, going east to west or whatever it is,
yep.
when we maybe it helps if I have my hand here too. So if you're verticutting, let's say we're verticutting this way, then do we cut that way, or do we verticut and then cut in the opposite direction to clean up the verticut?
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You probably would get more stuff if you went the opposite way.
Okay. Yeah, that's because we've tried different.
Yeah.
You know, because we notice that we don't quite pick up as much as we go the same direction. And so it's not as clean. But I just didn't know if like that's a regular practice for yourself or what other people thought about that.
What we do is we have a little garden tractor with a leaf sweeper. And we use that first to pick up the remnants or whatever come out, and then we will cut. But like you said, we tried everything. I find out myself if I go the opposite way that we verticut. Let's say we go from corner A to corner B. I would start from B to A with the lawnmower. It seemed to be picking up more stuff.
Yeah, just to add what, sorry, Beth, I don't know your name.
Charlie.
No.
Oh, the other guy, yeah.
Yeah, it's Dawn. It's Dawn.
Okay.
It's all good.
We actually, for time constraints, we do the first cut, or sorry, the first cleanup, same direction as the verticutter, because they can follow behind almost as soon as they've done verticutting. But we also do a cross cut. We do the first cleanup in the same direction and then a cross cut to after we're done verticutting. That's just a method that we use. It seems to work very well.
Good. Yeah. And after you verticut and you mow your grass, you probably would find the first time you bowl that your greens are not as fast as you think they're going to be. They're probably going to slow down because you had turned up the surface. But after a couple of days, or if you have a roller and you roll them, then you'll see a big difference. So when we have our league on Thursday night, and if I go to verticut, I'll try to verticut either on Monday or Tuesday. Then at least it'll have 2 days to settle. The grass will have 2 days to settle. Because when we have our league and we play and they'll come down and the greens are running 10 seconds or something like that, I get, hell, what's the matter with the green? You know? So try to keep them around 12 second or 15 feet on the stemp meter. But that's the only way you're going to do it. Like, you know, verticutting. That's what gives you your speed. You got too much grass, you got too much resistance, or like I had somebody that told me that he was going to take on over the green, and he started talking to me in January, and he was going to have 18-second green. And I said, and you need my help for that? He says, well, I'd like some suggestion. Well, I said, you want to get 18-second green in a hurry? He says, yes. I said, okay, let them die. Then you'll have ground, sand, then you'll have 18. That's the only way you're going to get 18-second green in this part of the world. And have greens. He said, oh, I'll prove you wrong. I said, okay, good luck. And they're lucky if they get 10 seconds. You just can't, there's certain thing that has to be done to achieve what you need. And one, you have to put in your mind that everything is work. You just cannot put a wand and everything is going to come down. You're going to have to verticut regularly. You're going to have to cut regularly. You're going to have to roll your green. You're going to have to aerate your green. You're going to control your water. That's one of the most, easy way to do is regulate the water. Because if you don't detach, it's just like a sponge. Like half an inch or a quarter of an inch underneath the grass and the root is just like a sponge, and it holds all the water. And the roots just love that because the grass doesn't have to work, the roots to go down. And next time you drop a bowl, you get a chunk out of it. Because the first half inch or quarter inch is soaking wet. because it hasn't got a chance to the water it stays on top, and greens will very seldom will dry. It'll be dry down the bottom where it should be wet, and it's wet on top where it should be dry. So you got the opposite. So the verticutting, the aeration, that's what you need. You'll have firm surface if you do that. Like the first seminar I made, I had a lawnmower, like a mower, and a verticutter. And I said, oh, if you only have these two tools and you use them properly, you'll get 12-second greens. You're not going to get them in a week. It's going to take you time, but you will. Once you remove the thatch and you cut your grass regularly, and they say, well, we need a roller. Well, if you look at it, that lawnmower is small, but it weighs about 250 pounds. It's a heavy roller. I don't know how much it weighs. I never weigh it, but I know it's heavy. So you're actually, when you're cutting, you're also rolling a green. So if you use them, only these two equipment, you would help. But the verticutting is very, very important. You got to remove that thatch out of the green. That is a killer.
Two questions, Charlie.
Yeah.
As a follow-up to what you were talking about, how fast have you ever achieved, what's the maximum speed you've ever achieved in Burlington? And secondly, is there a difference between verticutting and scarifying? And if so, can you explain the difference?
Well, your first question was, when we had the Canadian in 2019, on the South Green, we achieved 19 feet on the stemp meter. That's equal to 16 seconds. Okay. And that was very well the fastest. Maybe they got faster as the day went on, but this was, the second game was around 1 o'clock. And I knew the greens were pretty well stressed. And I just put the stemp meter and I was getting over 19 feet. The verticutter and the scarifier, they work the same way. Except the scarifier, what it does, when it goes along, it will knock it's a pretty rough machine. It'll knock the high spot right off. Like, it'll rip because I think it's about 4 feet that it's level, like at 4 feet, and it'll go down. Everything that's high, it will rip off, and then it'll dump that into the soft. It won't even touch the soft spot. Yeah. As the verticutter is smaller, you only got maybe 2 feet, so it will more like go over the hill and get some of the lower spot too. But they're both good. Scarifier, if you get a scarifier, you're one of the rich club, because nobody can afford it.
I have to thank Ted Pickles for donating his old
Verticut
unit to us. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good machine. If you get that machine going, it'll do the work. Believe me. Good. But you got to be careful. You don't want to go too deep. That's all. Okay. You'll know by experience. Once the first time I verticut, it's probably in the early 90s. Our green in Burlington, now we're just starting bowling. We're nice and green and soft, and everybody said, "Oh, this is beautiful." And then I went to Brampton when Joe was doing the green out there, and I realized they were not really green; they were sort of brownish. But my God, were they beautiful to bowl on? They were nice and fast. And I asked him, I said, "Joe, how did you get your green like this?" So he said, "Verticut, verticut, verticut." I said, "What's verticut?" So anyway, he said, "Well, I'm going to be verticutting next week. If you want to come down, I'll show you." So I went down. So I said, "Okay." So I went back to Burlington and I talked to the old greenskeeper. I said, "We're going to verticut next week. I'll give you a hand." He said, "Oh, no, we're not. We verticut last spring. That was enough." I said, "Oh, yeah, we got to do it." So anyway, couldn't talk to him during next week, but finally I talked him into it. And then after we were finished, I looked at the green and said, "Holy shit, I probably killed this green." That's a bad thing. There was so much stuff in there because it never verticut. And we didn't know how to go. We're going to pick up the grass. So we had a leaf blower. We just blew the whole thing and on one side and pick it up with a rake and everything, and it was a mess. But the greens sped up. They were getting better. So it took us about 2 years when he resigned, and I took over, and then we got good greens. But before that, they were terrible. So even if you see that if you haven't verticut before and you verticut and you say, oh well, oh my God, I made a mess. He'll come back. But one way you can adjust your verticutter before you put it on the green, if you put it on something solid on the floor or something like that, and say you want to go a quarter of an inch down on the grass, what you do, you put a quarter of inch little piece of plywood or something on the wheels, on both wheels. You got 4 wheels, 2 front, 2 back on the wheels, so it's a quarter of an inch off the floor. And then you lower your blade, make sure on both sides, barely touch the floor. And that's a good way to adjust it. Well, when you put your verticutter on the grass, on the green, go to the farthest corner away from the club and try it in the corner and see how it works. It might not be deep enough, then you can go just a little bit, but make sure you lower both sides. You don't want it cock high until you're satisfied that's what you want. But that's one way to adjust it.
Thank you.
Any question on that?
Yeah, I just want to add to what Charlie was saying. Early on in my days of learning greenskeeping, one of the mantras that was given to me is if it looks good, it isn't.
I know.
You can't get the ball down the rink. And there was an experience in Peterborough some years ago where the person in charge was absolutely, totally determined to have beautiful greens. And we got there one day to play in a tournament, and they were so beautiful and they were so wet that it was unplayable. So we didn't even complete a first game. And I took the verticutter up from Cannington to Peterborough for Andy, and they took 75 large garbage cans out of the greens. Now they had 3 at the time, but nonetheless. So for all greens, when I talk to people about greenskeeping, the first thing I say is if it looks good, it isn't. There are exceptions, but in the main, particularly for the smaller clubs, you're not looking for something pretty. You're looking for something playable.
Thanks, Ralph. Charlie, we have a Bannerman Verticutter, but it only has 2 wheels and it has the roller on the front. So we've always set the blades by putting the 1/4 inch plywood on the roller in front, then adjust. Is that appropriate?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I have to. I have one of them, yeah. Yep.
So the other, I was just going to say as a comment, I know somebody asked about the fastest you've had your greens in Burlington. I found I've gone a lot of places where they talk about speed, but the terrain is so uneven that if you get them too fast, you can't play. So we know that our greens aren't perfect in Windsor, so we strive for 11 to 12 seconds, which is comfortable bowling. If 13 we can handle, but when it gets above that, and it gets really crazy. So I think, it's, yes, 16 is nice to bowl on, and I spent 2 weeks bowling on it in Arizona recently, but they're mainly level there. When they're unlevel, that pace just doesn't work. At least that's what I found.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of speed will show you where all your problems are, like bowl wise. But that's good. I would say 10 second. Our club members love 10, 11 second. If you go faster than that, they say they're too fast. They don't like it. They can't keep their ball on the green, and that's good. Anybody that complain where a green you got 10 seconds, they go and bowl, and they got nice crop. That's all you want. Remember, the only reason that they were 16 second is were the Canadian. That was the third day of the, and we were cutting every morning. We were rolling between every game, and we shut the water off for a week. After the Canadian were finished, I hired the guy that does the deep tying. He came over and they were stressed. They were really, really stressed. So I deep tied it and gave it a good watering, and they came back, but they were stressed. So this year we're going to have 10 days of that. So I gotta have to be very careful. I'm hoping maybe we can get some rain in between, then at least they cannot blame the greenskeeper. We'll have natural rain. I'm sorry, but I can't argue with them. But the players, they just like green, fast green. But like Don says, and I don't have this on talking about it, but leveling your green. That is so important for lawn bowler. Even if you're running 13, 14 second and you roll your bowl and it goes, you got the right grass, you got the right weight, and it's going straight, it's going to go down, it's turning up to the bowl and goes the other way. And you'll get more of that on fast green. But leveling is pretty well, that would be a seminar all by itself. We do it every fall. We probably use 1 to 2 tons of sand every fall with the rigid drag. Got about 2 guys pulling that thing up and down the green, and you would think that after doing it for so many years that your green would be level, but they're not. You always find some reason that I don't know if it's the frost or whatever it is, but the green changed from year to year. But the level rigid drag, and it's in Lloyd Wood's book. I had one made many years ago. I think it cost me about $300, but it paid off.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what Charlie was saying. Our green, we can have it up to about 14 seconds, but if I keep it at that, it starts to die.
Yeah.
So I just can't keep it there. So like if I can keep it at 12 seconds, it'll stay healthy. I just wanted to add that.
Well, when I was dealing with Guelph University, and like there's a new book coming. Well, it's a rewrite book, and when I was talking to a professor there, they didn't know anything about lawn bowling. They knew about golf green, and their thing was, you show me brown grass in the summertime, and it's dead grass. The grass in this part of the world don't go dormant. It does in California or whatever it is. It goes dormant and it grows again, but not the type of grass we have on our green. And it's, yes, you can keep them, but you certainly have to be very careful about overfeeding them, overwatering them, underfeeding them, underfeeding them. It's just a different situation. It's just once you keep doing it, you'll realize it's a living thing. It needs food. It needs air. It needs water. It needs food. There's no getting away with it. And if you want to have green that's going to last, sometime you're going to let it grow. You cannot keep them, like he said, at 14 seconds. You'll kill them. So I would suggest keep them at 10 seconds. If your greens are running 8 seconds now, you go 10 seconds, your members will be so happy. You'll think they died and gone to heaven. Believe me, it makes that much a difference. But don't try to go 14, 15 seconds at all time. That's not going to happen. Mhm. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. And the problem is if you get your green running 14 second, 14, 15 second, and I would say 90% of the clubs in Ontario, between the plinth and the 6 feet out, there'll probably be a 2 inches drop. Most of the clubs that I've seen. And if you run 15 second, you're eliminating the last 6 feet of the green. Because if you get there, your ball's going to go in the dish. it's pick up speed as you get there. So that's not enjoyable neither. But that's another story. That'll be for another. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay, it's 12 o'clock now. If anybody wants to if we want to take a break or we want to carry on, and we would be finished by 1 o'clock probably, whatever you guys want. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go. I'm just going to grab myself a coffee, and I'll just give me 2 minutes, and I'll be there, and we'll talk about seeding bare area. And I think we talk about that, but irrigation, we talk about it, and early disease is going to be take some time. Wear and tear of the green, we already talk about that. Tournament preparation, that I don't see any. The only thing you should do is not water before a tournament. Your green should be ready for tournament at all time, as far as I'm concerned. And rolling the green or ironing. So but just give me 1 minute. I'll just grab a coffee and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back and everybody's gone. Hi, Jim. I see you.
Hi, Charlie. It's Jan. I'm here.
There you go. Yeah.
I'll be gone in a minute to make coffee and then back.
Yeah. Okay. Dave is back. I just saw the guy from Oshawa there.
Alan.
Alan
yeah. Stefan. Yeah.
Yeah. He's here somewhere. I just saw the jaws popping up.
Alan, where are you? We brought them back, those greens.
Good, good.
And we were as close to 12 seconds as we could be without going into 12 by the end of the year. And when we wrapped up the year, the club was Alan and Mark and a couple of others were putting together the plan. So we saved it all.
Good.
It looked good and it played well.
That's the main thing. Yeah.
A lot of work.
I'm sure. That's the worst thing about greenskeeping. It's just you have to make up your mind that it's going to be hard work, and the more people you have to work with you, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, well, I think getting a team together, the people you can trust, that they're not going to go wild with it.
Yeah.
That's sometimes the most difficult thing to do.
And you'll notice when you get a group, there's always going to be at least one or two that think you can do something better and you just have to sort of control them, because you go hog wild, you might hurt
listen, I've been known to tell people to take a hike. They wander onto the green, and it's because they cut the fairways at the golf course for 2 years, and they think they know everything. And I just said, "Oh yeah, really? Watch and learn."
Yep.
So,
but I'm glad you got the greens in Oshawa back.
Oh, it was a tremendous relief. You saw them.
I just about cried when
Me too.
They called me to go and have a look at it, and I walk in there and it says, "Oh my God."
Yeah. So
90%, I would say 90% of the green. Well, 50% was dead. It was not a.
Oh yeah.
It was
everything.
Not a bit of green whatsoever.
No, everything that could have gone wrong somehow did. But as I say, with dedication and hundreds of hours and research, and Alan spent endless hours with the machinery getting that to run properly.
Yeah, that was one good thing. You had all the equipment there. You didn't have to go and buy or rent or get somebody to do it.
Yeah. So
sorry, Jan. I just like
There
to
he
thank
is.
and Dan for the help that they gave us last year to get the greens back. We had a serious issue with our previous greenskeeping guys that we paid $16,000 a year before when we weren't able to open, and they basically sabotaged our greens to the point the club was going to close. So we were able to contact Jan, and Jan was able to get Charlie to come down, and they saw the greens, and they saw what a horrible mess they were, and they knew why we were worried badly at that point. But we were able to get the greens up and running again with the help of my brother Rob and Don Northeim, and with Jan as well. And as I say, everything is looking a lot better right now. They're a little brown at the beginning of the year, but I think that's natural.
Mhm.
But we're still having issues with the city right now and getting open this year. So
Alan, I'm coming down next week because I want to do a walk around just to see how things are.
Okay.
All right.
Make sure you get your water turned up, turn on this year.
Yeah, they didn't have it turned on at all, like June the 4th or something. I think they were deliberately trying to dry them out and kill them. So.
Just to go back to the detaching for a second, Charlie. I've been reading about it's a biological, it's a liquid you spray on the greens that can also eliminate thatch. Does anyone have any experience of using that product?
Oh, I haven't heard of it. I would say if there was such a product, I'm sure all the golf course would use it because they spend a lot of time verticutting and detaching. So
I'm just reading about it on my other computer here. I don't have a trade name, but I can dig it out and I can send it to.
Yeah. Where is that from?
I don't know. I just googled getting rid of thatch using microbes. It's a biological liquid dethatcher for lawns. And it's a whole discussion of whether they work or not.
That would be great if it could come out. That would save us a lot of work. And
yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering.
Well, also depend what kind of grass. Like the bend grass is known for creating thatch, and nitrogen will do it. When it grows new shoot, and the old shoot dies, and that's what caused your. So it's just a vicious circle. Yep. Okay, well, thanks for that, and you can send me an email, and I certainly would look into it.
I will, Charlie. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Seeding bare areas. Most club will have bare spots. In some cases, in the center part of the green, because the sprinkler system doesn't reach it, and it dries, and that's not often. But where you get most of the bare area will get at the end of the green, where you put your mat and your bowl, and that's mostly because of compaction. And to overseed that without correcting the soil itself, it's not going to help. You could overseed it. It's not, if it's really compacted, it's not going to grow. So we had one patches, and it was right on number 4 green where everybody was using it. As far as I'm concerned, it was the worst green we had on the green, but everybody wants to use it because it's close to the clubhouse. And I even tried to aerate it, and still didn't want to grow. So what we had to do, we dig it out probably about 7 inches, throw that dirt out, put new sand in there, and then we resodded it. And it's been good. But if you don't correct the underneath, you can put all the seed you want. It's not going to grow. So if you have bare area and you're green, just take whatever a probe, like, you know, something. If you cannot get down below 3 inches without any type of force, you know there's something wrong down there. It's either you got localized dry area or it's really compact. So the only way you can do it is just keep poking a hole in there. If it's not a big area, you just keep, even with a big screwdriver, and just keep putting holes in there, then fill them up with sand, and maybe take a quarter of an inch or half an inch, the top part, put some new sand on there, and then seed it, cover it up with burlap, and it eventually will grow. But it is such in a bad area because this is brand new grass, and as soon as you take the burlap off and you cut it, guess what? They're going to go right back on it, and they're going to. So in the last couple of years, that I had a couple of spots like that. I just went and got some sod. Just got some sod. What I did, I dig it out, chew it all up, pound it down, make sure it was nice and solid, and lay the sod on. Well, when you lay your sod down, you got to make sure that you're a little lower than your original green, because if you could put sod there and it's higher, or the first time you're going to cut, you're going to kill the sod. So you got to make sure it's a little lower, let it grow, keep putting sand until it's up to the level of the green, and it's working good. Okay, any question on seeding bare area? I do it every fall pretty well. After the season is over, like we stop at Thanksgiving the weekend. On Monday we have a big tournament. On Tuesday it would be verticutting. Give it a good verticutting. Next day we do an aeration, clean it up, top dress, and then I put the seed on top of the sand. And then I got not the rigid drag, I got the flexible drag, and we drag the whole grain. And the seed goes in the hole, whatever it is, and it seemed to work. So I put about 10 pounds of seed per grain. I know it's expensive, but it seemed to work.
Just further to that, what about spring overseeding?
You can do it in the spring. The reason I like to do it in the fall is that nobody goes on the green after. Like if you do it in the fall after you're finished, you put your seed on, and it's going to stay on there for maybe, you still got at least a month and a half of growth, but you're not going to interfere with the new grass growing. Nobody gets on the grass. But if you're going to do it in the spring, if you were going to do it next week, and you're going to have to start cutting your grass, you're going to have to start working on it, and it takes about 10 days for it to breed the grass, the seed to germinate. So you're well into half the month already, and then you start bowling the first part of May. That new grass is going to take a beating. So it's not going to hurt, but you'll have a better grass on it if you do it in the fall. But it's been done in the spring. There's nothing wrong with it. Matter of fact, I've done it sometime as late as after a verticutting. I might get a mixture of sand and seed and throw it in the fertilizer spreader and go all over the grain with it, and it doesn't hurt. But as for an overseeding, it's better to do it in the fall.
Yeah, I just wanted to add those small areas at the end of the green. What I often do is have to take an electric drill and a 3/4 inch auger, and I drill it down 5 or 6 inches every 3 or 4 inches in that area, fill it with sand, and then seed it. And that seems to work pretty good for me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's great. Good idea. Okay, but remember, we have to avoid having bare spots. So we have to train the members and the drum master and saying, okay, you're not going to use 4, 5, and 6 all the time. You got to tell them that that's impossible. You're going to start from 1 to 8. Then at night, you're going to start from 8, and you're going to fill them up to the other end. Because, like I said before, all the greens I'll go and look at, I've never seen any damage on green 1 and green 8. Never. It's always in the middle. So it's just a bad habit that we get into. But we can correct that. Okay.
Charlotte, at Bammy, we have 2 greens. We have an upper green on the east side and a lower green in the west. Outside the clubhouse, on the north side of the west green, traditionally, it's been really difficult to grow grass there. The only time the grass ever grew there was when we almost closed it down for a year. Now, a lot of people say it's the tree roots that surround our greens that are causing that. But my point is, we have trees all around both greens, so how come we only have that sort of damage on the one location? The roots actually cause a problem.
Oh, yes, they will. Yes, definitely. What club you say you were?
Balmy Beach.
Balmy Beach. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was there. It was last spring. No, last 2 years ago. Yeah, roots will play havoc with your green. Like we have cedar on the south side of the south green all the way along, and on the west, on the east side. And we've been after the city trying to cut them down. They didn't want to do it. Finally, they decided that they could at least cut the branch up to the fence and see if we can have some ventilation. They did that, and it helped a lot. But the roots will get on the green. We went around and we hired somebody, and they came down with a machine, and they went down about 18 inches, just like a blade. They went all around the greens and cut all the roots and everything. Okay. But for some reason, they still keep coming. The only way you can stop the roots, if you dig the ditch about 18 inches, and you can put sort of a barrier. Apparently, if there's some plastic you can buy, polymer or whatever it calls it, it's black and it's heavy plastic, and you put it in there and cover it up. Apparently, if you leave it on the ground, it's disintegrate, but if it's on the ground, it'll last for quite a while, and that will sort of help. We tried everything, but we still have problem with roots. So once in a while, we'll at the ditch, we'll just dig the ditch out, cut all the roots, and then put the sand back in there and cover it up, and it's good for about 2 years. Then 3 years later, we got to do it again.
Okay.
But a balmy beach, you might have also some with the shade, right?
Yeah.
You should have maybe shade problems. So you got the roots, you got the shade. So yes, it would be.
Yeah, we have 100-year-old oak trees.
I know.
All around us.
Yeah.
It's not the ideal situation, but
yeah,
the city won't take them down unless they're dangerous.
The roots could be out there. So and the city. I don't think even if you get after the city, unless if you got a really good working relationship with them, that they will cut the roots, because like right now, everybody's up for, you don't want to cut any trees. you can cut it down, then you got to replace it.
Yeah.
So, but you can do it yourself if you have the manpower or something like that. Whatever the bare area is where we have problem, I would go in the ditch and find out what's down there. You probably would see that you got all kinds of roots. Some of them will probably be about 2 inches in diameter, and they just when they get on the green, they just mushroom. They go all over the place because that's where they get the water. They don't get any water on the outside of the green. They just get water on the inside, and cut them, and that might help. I think she went and got herself. She said she went and got herself a coffee.
I'm here. I want to talk a bit about that problem with the trees and the root systems. And I'm drawing on the experience that we had in Cannington, because we had heritage maples. They'd been there for flipping ever. And in fact, the roots I found one root that had come in probably 6 or 7 feet just under the surface. And I cut that out and repaired the green. What we ultimately did was we hired an industrial trencher. And we fortunately had a member who was a heavy equipment operator. And we brought it in and we trenched 3 sides of the green. Put in the polyurethane or polystyrene, whatever it's called, and then put the dirt back in and did the landscaping. And that helped tremendously, and it did not hurt the heritage maples. But on the east side, we have cedar, pine trees. And what I learned to do was I have the pH meter, and I would check the pH on the east side, because cedar or pine or spruce is more acidic. And the pH was out of balance. And I had to sweeten the substrata using dolomitic lime. Okay. So those were our 2 solutions. And by doing both of those, and by keeping a constant eye on the acidity of the soil on the east, not soil, sand, substrata, on the east and down at the southwest corner where there was also a cedar or a spruce, we were able to bring the whole thing back. And now the problem doesn't exist. A lot of work paid off.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you mentioned the lime. Every fall I usually put about 2 bags of it on the salt green because of the cedars, and that seemed to work. I was asked one time, why was I putting lime on there? How did I know? Well, just a guess, but lime will not hurt your soil. Lime has been used for farmers for years and years. And if you have grass that are, an area like you have it with thin grass, that might be a good idea to put a couple of bags of lime on there. It's not going to hurt you. Okay. Thanks, Jan. Hang on. Okay, my budget for 2 greens is $16,000. So that means it's $8,000 per green, and I usually can stay within my budget, but it's getting close because the price of the chemical and fertilizer is just going up every year. So like I would say a good ballpark figure would be, you know, what, $8,000 to $9,000 a green. That would be, that's without any labor, without having to buy any equipment. And that doesn't include the watering system. Like for instance, we have our watering system. It's a big system, and I have a 3-inch meter, whatever it is. So it gave me enough pressure. I got 125-pound pressure on the green, and that costs $300 a month just for that meter. We're trying. I'm talking to people now, trying to. If I went down to 1.5-inch meter, that would save us money. We wouldn't have to pay. But because we're on that size, we're classified as industrial usage, and that's $300 a month. So everything is getting expensive. Maybe, Ralph, we all go to the carpet. Price of fertilizer. Fertilizer goes up, yeah. Okay, now we're seeding bare area. I guess we chopped that up. I would say the bare area are caused by either roots, shades, overuse, and compaction. But before you seed them, you got to try to figure out which one. The 4 of them will give you the same result, bare patches. And now you're going to eliminate them. You can overseed them and you can get them ready, but then if you don't correct the problem, you're going to have the same thing every year after year after year. So, like Steve says, if you punch them whole even with a drill, and fill them up with sand, then at least you eliminate some of the compaction. That would help. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't know, I can't remember if I'm on the right agenda item, but talking about the edges of the greens and the incursion of black algae mold. The 4 main causes of that are compaction, shade, too much watering, and too much nitrogen. And the best way to handle that so that the edges of the green don't go bare is you it dries out a bit, you break it up. You can use a verticutter if you have a large area, or you can do it by hand. Scrape all of that mold off and then begin the repair. Now, the thing that I most remember recently is there were 3 clubs that were either using their rollers too often, like every day, or were using practically a Roadworks small roller. And the compaction was so severe. The members didn't know what was happening, so they kept watering it, and the whole cycle was there. And the edges of their greens within, even in the center in some areas, anywhere from 4 to 8 feet in from the boards, the ditch, were disaster zones. So know what you're dealing with, but if you see a blackish growth coming in, that's black algae mold. And it can be remedied, but again, it will take some work. You can use Dove liquid dishwashing detergent, dilute it, and spray that on those areas. And in fact, that works beautifully. That's what we did in Oshawa last year. So that's just another cautionary tale.
Yeah, and that will work better if you catch it before it turned black. Like before, algae will not grow with this grass. It will grow on bare, wherever there's a bare spot. And actually, when you first notice it, it'll be sort of a lime green color. Now, if you can get the soap, and I usually get a mixture of Javex water and soap and spray it. The Javex water it's the same type of algae that will grow in your swimming pool. So what did they use for the swimming pool? So you use the same thing on your grass. You don't want to overdo it. The Javex water, if you mix it 1 part Javex to 50 part water, the soap, it doesn't really matter. You don't want to put too much soap, but I usually, in a cup I use it in my hose with a sprinkler, with a hose sprinkler on it. I usually put half of that soap and then put an ounce of Javex water and then fill it up with water. And then I'll use that with my hose, and it works. That's for the algae.
I was just reading back on some of these comments in our chat place about the costs, and in the cost of labor, it is the biggest cost perhaps. And again, this is just cautionary, having learned from what other clubs were doing. If you're going to hire someone to oversee everything, I strongly recommend that the club sign with that person a total value contract. As soon as you get into hourly payments, they can say they were there 20 hours last week, or they can continue to work well into October or November, and you're paying for something that you probably don't even need. So if you're going to offer or get someone for the whole schlemiel in terms of being the greenskeeper, put a total value on it. We are going to pay you X amount of dollars for the season. If you can get done things quickly, you're ahead. If you're a slow poke, you're not going to get any more. Because there was one club that was paying over, I think, $36,000 because a guy was on an hourly. And he was working all the way through to the end of November, clearing trees. So, cautionary tale. Think very carefully about what the contractual basis is. If you're looking for someone with an IPM license who can purchase your product and come in and apply it, again, each visit, a total value for each visit, and you stipulate how many visits. So you can say, we'll pay you $250 per visit for 5 visits. Then you know where you are financially.
Yeah, well, I have a gentleman that he's a golf course superintendent. He lives in Burlington. And I just happened to him. I was working on the green, and he came down and looked at the green, and we started talking about it. And at the time, I said, I'm looking for an IPM certified. You know anybody at your club? So I am. So anyway, we made a sort of deal under the table. He comes in once a week, looks at the green. I pay him $50 a week. Just comes in, he looks at the green, and he said, well, you think we should do this? We should do that. And he doesn't do any spraying. He could, but then I also got another guy that works from the city that's a technician license, and he does the spraying. So, and he charged me for 2 green $150 every time we spray. So I usually between the two of them cost me about $2,000 a year. But I firmly believe that when this first came out with the IPM certified and all that, I went around with the government of Ontario, can't think of her name, Amanda or something like that, to all the clubs, and told everybody what they have to do and everything. So I figured if the government was going to go and check on somebody, it would come and check on me. So I got to make sure I got everything under control. So that's why I have to pay them, and they keep track of everything. So if they ever came and checked, we're covered. Okay, so let's go back to now. We go to irrigation because it's getting 12:30 right now. Irrigation, we talk a lot about it. And that's one thing that's very difficult because every green got a different sprinkler system. So you can say I got, I watered for 20 minutes or 10 minutes, but how do you know how much water goes out and where does the water go? The guy that installed our sprinkler told me how to do it. Like, I got a cat and he eats all kinds of cat food. So I got about 20 cans, empty cans, and I put on the green from the head of the sprinkler to the center of the green. So put all the cans there. And you put the sprinkler on, put it on for 10 minutes. You can stop it and go and see how much water there is in the can. And you'll be surprised how little water there is in the can. You say you should give them half an inch of water, you're going to have to run the sprinkler for at least 20 minutes, and I got a good sprinkler system. So I suggest you check your sprinkler system. But what do you think? You're getting all kinds of water. You might not be getting that much water. Every sprinkler, for some reason, you're going to get a lot of water in the center because I got 4 sprinkler head, and every one of them will get to the center. They'll go across, and so there's 4 head that get water to the center. But if you go along where the sprinkler heads are, about 8 feet or so, you're going to get only 1/4 of the water that you're going to get in the center. So you have to sort of adjust. That's why I never put this automatic sprinkler. I just go there myself, because if I run them for 10 minutes, for the last 2 minutes of the sprinkler system, I'll be there with a shovel or a rake or something and put it on the sprinklers on the spray, so I get water close to the head. Otherwise, you're going to have green grass in the center, and you're close to the sprinkler head. It's going to start getting brown. And so I'm pretty sure that every sprinkler system got the same problem. So I would suggest you try that and see how much water gets on the green. Or you don't have to have can. You can have plates or something. Then you would see how much water is getting there, and you'll see the difference between the area. Okay. Anybody got any question on that? I think we lost Ralph.
Alan, did you have the question of what is the best time for watering the greens? I think that goes back quite a ways.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay.
The best time to water your green is during the daytime. Like, from 6 o'clock in the morning to whatever time you're going to use it. If you're doing it, plants, like I said, plants is a living thing, and the longer your grass stay wet at night, the more chance you're going to have to get disease. So
anytime after 6 a.m. in the morning is good to do.
That's what I do. Yeah, I go there sometime, or 5 o'clock in the morning, and I just start and I do it manually.
Okay.
But if you want to do it automatically, that's fine. But I would do it so at least the top of the grass doesn't need to be wet. Doesn't do any good at all to get the top of the grass wet. The water got to be down to the roots. Got to go down. So the sooner the grass
you would do a deep flooding, like 1 day a week type thing, and that's about it. Or okay.
Yep. Well, let's depend if it rains or not. It's very seldom that I would water more than twice a week. Very seldom. But when I do water, I make sure I give it a good water. I know I show you the probe when I was in Oshawa, you know, the little probe I got? That's the easiest thing. Then you can tell. You got to get the water down to at least 6 inches. If you take a plug, a sample, and you go down 6 inches and you look and your roots are nice and you can see white roots all the way down to 6 inches, you got beautiful, beautiful grass. But if you go into another area of your green where it's sort of brownish and you're going to put that stick down and you bet you the roots are only 2 or 3 inches. You got to make sure that the grass, that the water get down.
Yeah, just a quick question. On those very, very hot days, is it a good idea to water in the afternoon during that, just to cool the grass?
Yes, it's actually it's recommended when it's really hot. When it's really hot to just syringe the green, like, you know, maybe 2 passes just to cool it off. Like I got a thermometer and I stick in the grass, and if the weather is 90 degrees or more, you'll find out that you're close to 100 degrees on the green. You know, especially if you got all kinds of sand on your green. Like if your greens are sand base, that will generate the heat. So you're close to about 100 degrees at the green level. So yes, a little bit of watering is not going to hurt you. Just cool off the top. But you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it too often, because you don't want to get the root to get accustomed to having water on the surface. You want the roots to go deep. Go look for water. That's when you get real tough grass. Okay, any more questions on that?
There was someone else who had a raised hand, but I can't find the person now.
I think my question got answered.
Oh, what was that? Which one was it?
About the time to watering, because before I took over, they used to water from 2 o'clock in the morning till to 6.
Yeah, no, yeah. And
that's we got a lot of diseases and a lot of dollar spots.
That's right. That's a recipe for dollar spot, I'll tell you. That's why you got to remove the dew. You know, there's enough moisture at night when it cool off that you don't need to add any more by watering. If you're watering, like I said, when like in the morning, at least your top of the grass, your grass itself will leave don't need any water, and where you need the water is down the bottom. So at least your grass will dry up fast, and you should be okay.
Yeah.
But check your probe. Get your probe and just keep checking. Then you'll know.
Yeah.
You'll know when you need water, and no sense wasting water if you don't need it. I say overwatering is it's just as bad as not enough water. I went to a club one time, and I said, well, the greens were really wet. Actually, there was still water in the dish. And I said, how often do you water? He said, 3 times. I said, 3 times a week? He said, no, 3 times a day. So I knew. I looked at him, and there was a park beside him. I said, how often did they water the park up there? And he says, I never seen it water. I said, and guess what? It's green. It's living. It's still alive. So why would you water 3 times a day? Oh, he said, we put seed in last fall, and we want to make sure it grows. So there's no need for that. It's just a waste of time. Waste of water, waste of money.
Yeah. Good afternoon, fellas. I'm at the Aging Court Club, and the problem we have is a little bit the opposite. The sprinkler system has a hell of a time reaching the center of either of our greens, and we've been screaming at the City of Toronto for years about this. And we've even demonstrated to them. I said, look, I'll stand in the middle of the green, turn the sprinklers on and see if I get wet. That impressed them. How much, like we've got sort of what, a typically 100-foot by 100-foot green, I suppose. How much water pressure would you expect that they need to reach the center and maybe even overlap it?
Well, the water pressure probably in the city is about 65 psi. That's what we have in Burlington anyway. And it's depend what kind of system, what kind of edge you have on your sprinkler system. If you have, I think they call Rainbird 780 or something like that.
Yeah.
They guarantee you about 70 feet with that with the 65 psi. But we found out, especially in Burlington, that wasn't quite enough because the wind is mostly from the west. It blows from west to east. Okay, so from west to east, it would the sprinkler head would reach no problem, but the one coming back from the east would not only reach maybe 30 feet past the head, like it would not reach the 70. So we have a pump that I got it set up now about 100-pound pressure, and it covers everything.
So that did you replace the existing pump with that? Is that what you're saying?
No, we just put a pump. We just put a pump that takes the water from the city, but it goes into a pump and put the pressure.
Yeah, we have a pump as well.
Yeah,
that they replaced about 10 years ago, and I wasn't there at the time, but I'm told that as soon as they replaced that pump, they started having problems with reaching all the areas of the green.
You should be able to adjust the pump.
I don't know if this one's adjustable or not. Yeah.
The one we have, we can adjust it. I can go to a 115 to
I think this one is fixed.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
and we've kept telling them continually that it's not adequate, but we get nowhere with them.
Well, in the meantime, just so you can save your green, I would get a sprinkler and a hose and a sprinkler.
That's what we did last year, and we've got to manually water the centers of the green.
But I mean, if you want to know how your sprinkler, just use the plate or whatever it is, put them every 5 feet or whatever it is along, and put your sprinkler on, and you see where the water reach and how much water you get. Yeah. That's what we do.
Put out the call for cat food tins.
Hey, yes, I'll send you some. My cat eats 2 cans a day, so I got no problem.
Just, Ken, I think the Agincourt greens are standard at 120 by 120. So you've got 14,400 square feet. I had a long conversation several years ago with the Agincourt folks on their watering system. And Uxbridge, because it's at the very top of a hill, has a lot of problems with the water blowing all over the place. And they have a center unit that they just put out on the green, and it's very similar to what you get from a proper irrigation system. So the club may want to invest in that, but you're looking at 14.4 for square feet.
Yeah,
and probably 80 or so psi.
It got so bad that last year we had to reseed the center of both of the greens, and what we basically did was just take a conventional lawn sprinkler and a long garden hose and watered it, and it came back.
Yeah, I mean, a conventional works, and there are all kinds of them at Canadian Tire.
Or a rotary one or something like that.
Well, a rotary is better than the back and forth oscillator because the oscillator pauses at the end of each arc.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and it can, you get too much water in one place and not enough in the other, but you're looking at 14.4.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I find I got different size nozzles on the sprinkler heads. The Orbit is what I use, And I change them quite often, sometimes to get more distance or less distance. As Charlie says, you don't get covered by the head. So the adjustment in the head itself can give you more length or more distance.
Thanks, John. That's what I like this seminar. You get more. I get more idea from you guys than you get from me. So thank you.
I would just like to make a comment about irrigation. One of the problems we have at our green is we have dry patch, and as the summer progresses, the dry patch gets worse. And what the dry patch is after rain or after an irrigation, and if you probe these spots are completely dry. This ground takes on a hydrophobic tendency. So anyway, we treat it with a product. It's called Primer 604. Now, this gets into the question about spraying again. I am not IPM certified. Now, I can buy this product without my certification. So is it okay if I spray it on the green, or do I have to have somebody that is IPM certified to spray the green?
No, you can do it yourself. That's stuff that primer. All it is it's a byproduct of soap.
That's correct.
Yeah, and what it does is when you put that on the green, and actually I'll go back a little bit. What you're calling these patches, they're called localized dry area. That's what they're called, localized dry area, and that will happen more on sand green than what I call dirt green. And everybody's using more sand, and we're going to get more and more of that. And the stuff you're using is fine. I use another stuff. It was called ORS, OARS, but it's the same thing too. All it is a very condensed soap byproduct, and you spray it on. I usually spray the whole green. Now I would put maybe a liter of one or I think it's 2 liters. I'm not sure. I got it here somewhere in a 50-gallon, and I put it on one green. And then after you finish, you really give your green a good soak. So that stuff goes down to the root system. But once you get these dry spots, these dry area, you're stuck with them unless you correct them. And the only way you correct these spots, if you have to, that's why I get a deep tine. You go down 12 inches or 9 inches, whatever it is, every 2 inches, and then the water will go in and give it a good soak, because that stuff is just like concrete at the bottom. You go about maybe 2 or 3 inches, and then you hit solid ground. And if you don't break that up, and the only way you can break that up is you punch holes in there and really soak it, and it'll eventually will come back to what we're supposed to. And then you put that stuff on there, the horse stuff, or a wetting agent. It's called a wetting agent. And once that wetting agent gets down to the bottom, anytime you water, this will bring the water down, and it would hold the water. It holds the water there, and that's what it will break up that hard clay or whatever. It's not clay, but it feels like clay. And it will break that up, and eventually you will get rid of them. I suggest that you would do it maybe in the last week of May and the first week of June. You should give it that stuff all over your greens. Or if you just want to do the patch, you do the patches. And then every 3 weeks after, you give it another spray. But every time you spray, you got to water it down. You got to.
A couple of things. We also had dry patches. Turned out it was related to not being verticutted properly. And once we verticutted, it broke up all that thatch and the moisture got to the roots. But I also want to go back to something John said, because we discovered that we could adjust the spray out of our heads by quite a bit. And because we had dry areas close to the heads, and we were able to make the kinds of adjustments in terms of how the spray was actually landing on the green itself. We're lucky enough to have 9 heads, one of which is in the middle of the green. And we just use that meter that Charles was talking about to measure where that is. So, but being able to adjust the heads, it's a special screwdriver that if you've got the heads, you should have had the screwdriver for that. And it really did work wonderful.
No, I just, on the wetting agent issue, there was someone who overused wetting agent in the center of the green, and it ended up pretty much for the summer being soup, and at times unplayable. So cautionary tale, use it, it works, but don't overuse it.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is about deep tine aeration, and how many times a year and what times of year?
Deep tine can be done any time as long as your greens are firm. Like it is, it's I wish I could transport. I got a video that I made the last time he came down. It's a farm tractor, and it got like on the back. It has tine about 12 inches, and it just go down every 2 inches, and it will move very slow. But the tires is about maybe 12 to 18 inches wide, but it's still fairly heavy. Like I said, when we had the Canadian and the greens were so dry, I had them done as soon as they were finished. We done them, and we were bowling the same day on it. It doesn't really hurt because it got a roller before and a roller after. So it just what it does, it breaks everything. And then it's the when you deep tine it, that's the time you put your material for I lost my thought there. Wetting agent.
Wetting agent.
Okay.
The wetting agent goes right down to the bottom, and then when you water, give it a good soak. You fill up all these holes, and then that will really help you. That will break up all that hard stuff. But you can do it. If I did it last fall. I wasn't planning on doing it, but then I figured, well, it's been working so good, I don't want to change things because we're having the Canadian this year. So we did it last fall, and come June or the last week in May, I'm going to give him a good shot of wetting agent, and then I'll do it every 3 weeks. And we should be okay. But one caution before you finish. One caution about localized dry area. If you don't deal with them, it's going to grow. They're very, if you got a patch that's about maybe 5 feet in diameter, that's really hard. If you don't do anything like that, you just keep watering. The water doesn't get to it. It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So the sooner, if you find out something, if you think you got localized dry area, the first thing you do is like you can get if it's not that big, I'll get a drill. I got a drill with a 5/8 augers, and I just pushed hole about 8 inches deep and fill them up with sand and pour water onto it to control it. Even if you just went around on the outside, at least it will not grow any better, any faster. But put holes all over the place and correct it. Okay, sorry I had to cut you off there. Go ahead.
The second question is soil testing. How often do you do soil testing?
They say you should get it done every 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
it doesn't change that much. I think I should have get it done this year, but it didn't do it. But usually, if you get the people that supply the fertilizer, usually they'll, if you talk to them very nicely, they'll come down, take some sample, or you can take the sample, send it to them, and they'll do the testing. If you send it to Wall, I think they charge you about $120, $125. I think the last time I heard of it, it's very expensive. But if you get somebody else that could do it, even when you buy your fertilizer and everything, and ask them very nicely, they probably would say, yeah, okay, we'll do it for you. And then when the result comes, and I don't know about you guys, but I looked at it and it didn't mean anything to me whatsoever. So what I did, I phoned my buddy at Ontario Seed and I said, could you break this down for me? Like, so I can understand and what I need. Give me a program that I could use. This is the soil I have. And he came up with it. I got it somewhere. It's about 4 pages. And he explained what the reading was and what I should be using. Use such and such, such and such, such and such. And that's probably the only way we can do it. Because just looking at the result, what came after the test, I haven't got a clue what they were talking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to, since we're still on irrigation and stuff, go back. Alan had the question of, it was actually directed to Agincourt, whether all sprinkler heads come on at the same time or if they come on sequentially. So I don't quite know what to do with the question, but it is an important one.
Jan, the sprinklers are on a timer and they come on sequentially. There's eight heads. And right now, once again, it's different guys from the city seem to be coming in and meddling with the settings of it all the time. And I think they've had them starting off at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm beginning to realize now that was a big mistake. The grass is just getting soaked. But the question I'd like to know answered is, in the dry season, how long should they be running?
Well, if you have a like a meter, like I said, they only cost about $20 at a garden store, and you check your greens. Like I said, there'll be 3 setting. 1 to 3 is red, 4 to 6 is green, and whatever, and then the blue. Blue is wet. And you stick that in the ground, and ideally, the first inch or so should be red, should be dry. 3 to 4 should be green. That means it's moist. And if you go right down to the 6 inches, and if it's blue, if it's a needle goes on the blue, that means it's wet, and that's ideal. So I don't really worry about too much about the red and the green. As long as the blue is blue where it should be, you're okay. But once that blue starts turning to green, that's when you should water.
Okay, where would you buy such a meter?
Any garden store has them. All it is what is called a moisture meter.
Moisture meter.
There's some that are more. There's some that are more expensive, but the cheap one work just as good as the most expensive one.
Okay, and we'll just adjust the timing of the irrigation so we get the right result. But
well,
I think we've had them running for about 15 to 20 minutes per head.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, you're better to run it for 20 minutes, like I say, twice a week, than running it for 10 minutes every night. Okay. Like that every night is a no-no. You got to give your chance. You got to get the green a chance to dry up. If you do everything else, if you verticut regularly, and it's been aerated last fall, the water will seep in. It'll go. But if you haven't verticut for a long time, All the water you're going to put on is going to stay on top. It's going to evaporate. It's not doing a damn bit of good because it cannot get to the roots. So,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Charlie, some of the advice we have received from the city and the turf rep and the turf specialist there is that, and he's comes from a golf course background and he's got his master's degree from Michigan State University, so he's knowledgeable. Is that he says that we should be striving for moisture of 1 inch per week. Now, it might fall from the sky or we might put it on. So we have a rain gauge and we have the moisture meter, and we monitor it that way, and we seem to have had success. I was wondering what you think of sort of those guidelines.
that sounds good. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's about what you need. Like, when I said I water twice a week, I usually get about, I figure I put half an inch of water on the green. So that would be an inch a week, and that sounds good to me. I can't go wrong with that.
Yes, I found that before I took over, they had the sprinkler heads all coming on for the same amount of time. For example, 20 minutes. We have sprinkler heads on either side of the greens and the end of the north end of the green, and then one down the center. The ones on the edge only make half turns, and then ones in the center if they're only making the same time, you're getting half as much water in that center one. So I've learned to put the center ones on for twice as much as the outside ones. That way you're doing a complete circle with sprinkler heads.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I tried to talk to the sprinkler head because I figured I would save myself a lot of time if I could get them all coming at the same time. But he says, no, I don't like doing that. So I'm stuck with here come one at a time. So if I put 20 minutes, then so be it. I just read a book or something and watch the bird playing in the water when I'm watering. Before hey Don, I really appreciate your comment there. That was good. That's why I said the more questions people ask, the more we all learn. So we're all in the same boat. Okay, thanks, Don.
Just a comment. We work with plant products in our area. I know there's Ontario Seed, but we work with a company called Plant Products. They're all over. Mm-hmm. And we use their consultant, and their sales rep, and they're all trained well. Unfortunately, the guy that was their best guy, he retired this year. Great for him, not good, so good for us. But we use him regularly if we have an issue, along with the city. We talk with them. We use them for soil testing because the city, I know we're probably in a unique situation, but it's taken years to cultivate the relationship. The city provides all our chemicals, including fertilizer. They buy them from the one company, so we get a lot of advice from them. But we had localized dry spots that have got worse, as you said, Charlie, and we switched this year to a product called Revolution A as a wetting agent. And what the advantage with that, so we're told, is that the water seems to drain away quickly from the upper surface in the soil, so it's dry like we want it, quicker, and then it's maintained at the levels that you're talking about. It is expensive, but I think what they said to us, now that we're in this program of using it, we're sort of stuck with doing it. We have a 6-foot wide Rogers sprayer, walk-behind sprayer, that we do everything with. They're relatively inexpensive. I know Heritage Greens purchased one last year. Theirs isn't quite as wide, but they're based in Saskatoon. They provide excellent service, and we spray everything with that. We do get, the other thing with the city is we have 3 people that are certified to spray that the city pays when they do all their students in the In the summer, they include anybody from our club that wants to do it in that group, and you have to do it every 2 years. So they buy the chemicals, we do the work ourselves, but we have a large crew because of the size of our club. We have 68 people on the greens crew, and we spread it around. So, I know Ted said it earlier, but if you can continue to try and improve your relationship with the municipal government, if that's who you have to work with, continue to do it. Take them out for coffee, buy them lunch, give them a little $50 Tim Horton card at the end of the year, and they always seem to be willing to continue to do things for us. But as budgets get tighter, it may be a different question. So I'm glad, Charlie, you said how much it costs per year per green.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. You're very lucky that you have knowledgeable people. I know our city people are willing, but they don't have anybody now. All the people I used to work with are all retired right now, and I got in touch with them, and I would say, you sure don't want to come out of retirement and join the bowling club and help us? Oh no, that's an old man sport. We don't want that. But it's great. It's one of the best thing you can do. If you got good working relationship with the city, you got it made.
Yeah, I have an interesting little problem at our club. It's a small little club, as most people know. But the water comes from a well that we use on the green, and it's been tested several times, and it's high in sodium.
Sodium, yeah.
And I often, although I've had my green tested, it didn't indicate anything, but I often wonder if that sodium is harming the green. Anybody have anything to say about that?
The only thing I can say to you is get a sample, get a solid sample, and whoever's going to do your testing, tell them the situation. Like, you got water and you got sodium. Am I within the limit, or should I be adding something to correct that? And that's the only way. There's no way you can tell if it hurts the green or whatever it is, unless if it was going to, every time you water it, it would turn yellow or something. Then you would say, well, there's something wrong somewhere. But if it doesn't, maybe in the long range it might hurt, but it won't hurt you to find out. And that's the only way you're going to find out, by taking samples.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions on irrigation? It's 1:15. We're getting okay. Let's forget about irrigation. Everybody.
Charlie, just before you go, someone typed a question of some time ago, and they asked, "Why is it important, or why does it matter when the sprinklers come on?" They were obviously their sprinklers come on during the night, and they were asking, "Why is that important?" Don't know who it was, but.
What's important about it? The less the grass, the leaf itself, the grass, like the roots is fine to have water, but the top of the grass, the sooner it dries up, the better it is. So if your sprinkler come on at midnight, so that means your grass is wet from midnight till 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning, right? It doesn't dry up because it's nothing to dry it up. It's not even 6 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, then your grass is going to be wet from 5 and maybe 7. Then the sun comes up and it dries it up. So your grass is only wet for like the top part. The roots is fine. The more water down there, it's good. But on top, you want to try to keep it as dry as possible, or longer. So that's why we suggest that you water during the day. Yeah, it's muted. Yeah,
I got it. Sorry, guys. The only problem I can see with watering during the day is you get a higher evaporation rate during the day if the sun's up. So none of that water really, not all that water gets on the grass.
Well, if you verticut your green, and it'll go down. The water will not stay on top. The water will not stay on top. You can take a pail of water, and if your greens have been detached properly and you pour the water on there, I would say within 1 minute, the water's gone. So it's down by the root system. Now it's not going to evaporate.
Okay. All right. The other quick question for all of you there that get their water from a municipal supply, do you all pay sewage rates for your water as well?
I'm with Alton Water Works, and we pay a certain amount of tax for waste. I think they charge us 25%. 75. They take 75% off our water bill because of the sprinkler system. It doesn't go into the waste, into their sewage system. So let's say if our bill is $500, let's say $400, we would pay $100, and $400 is it would be just for the sprinkler system. But because we're classified industrial, they charge us $300 for their meter. So they get you either way. So.
Yeah. Well, we get a grant from the municipality, and it sort of offsets a lot of these operating charges.
That's good. But that's when you say about evaporation, there should be very little evaporation. If your greens are draining fairly good, the water will go at the root zone, and there's no worry about evaporating. It's not going to evaporate. They eventually will dry up, but because the roots are taking the water, but it's not evaporation. Evaporation will only happen when the water lay on top of the grass.
Right. Yeah. Got it.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Let's go to early disease. That's going to be a early disease. Okay. I got my notes here. The first disease you're going to see on your green in the spring, snow mold. And snow mold, it's prevalent all over Ontario. I know that. Doesn't matter. When you first look at your green in the spring, you'll see some round circles, maybe 5 inches in diameter, 6 inches, or it could be 2 inches, but they're perfectly centered, brown. And the rest of green is sort of fairly green, but this will be brown, like just straw. And if there's snow on your green, most people will have it. There's, like Jan said before, there was we used to have all kinds of stuff we could put on to eliminate that, but they were so toxic that they've been taken out of the market. So anyway, I think there's one material that we used last fall, and it worked. I used it on one green, and I used something else on the south green. And the south green, it had quite a few snow mold on it, and the north green didn't have any. So I guess that stuff worked, but I don't have the name of it right now.
The current product is called Instrata.
Yeah.
Instrata.
So anyway, the snow mold is not gonna hurt you. Eventually, if you get on your hands and knees and open up that dead grass, you'll see there's some green grass underneath it growing. So all it does is kill the grass. It doesn't kill the roots or anything. So you just rake that up, and eventually, a couple of weeks, you won't even notice that. That's one good thing about it. Second thing is, I don't know if anybody has went to that system, but the last couple of years, I've been getting more call about moss. Moss is growing on the green. And there's one green I'm not going to mention, but it was really, really covered with moss when I went about there, and they called me and I went and looked at it, and they said, wow, why did you wait so long? Because usually moss will start just a little patch. And, if you just get your hand and just scratch it, moss got no roots. It'll just peel right off. and then you can either take that out, put a plug or whatever it is. But if you let it get away, it will create problem. And that there's only 4 things that create the moss. It's one is lack of nitrogen, lack of sunlight. What was that? Too much moisture, wet. And there was something else, but it's not. I've written up somewhere, but anyway.
Is it compaction?
Yeah, well, moss will not grow on grass. It'll grow wherever there's a weak spot in the turf. So, but it lack of sunshine. It's not so much a problem because you're going to have shades, but lack of fertilizer, lack of nitrogen. My suggestion is, if you look at it, you look at your grass, everything is green, and you walk and you'll see a little spot, maybe an inch and a half, 2 inches in diameter, and it's shiny. You know, and you just stick your finger in there, and it just comes off. There's no roots to it. Now, the first thing you do is you just take that right out. You take a plug from somewhere in the corner, and and get rid of that. And if you notice when you take that out, eventually there was something wrong with the soil underneath there too. It's either was algae was set in. It probably was last year you had a dollar spot and it killed the grass and there was no grass. And you water and you do this and you do that and nothing grows, but then the moss will grow. Moss will grow on anything. It'll grow on a rock. So the sooner you get that out of there, the better. If you let it fester, it'll climb all over the place. So the best thing to do is just take a plug, take your core or whatever it is. I got I think it's a 5-inch round core, if it's a big spot. But I also got a 2-inch one. Would take that out, throw the thing out, go in the corner somewhere, get a plug and stick it in there. So that's one way to get rid of moss. But if it get to the point where this green was, there's a material you can use. It's called quicksilver. It's very expensive. And you got to spray the whole green, and you need a certified IPM to use that stuff. But hopefully we will not get to that situation. And the trouble is, you put that stuff on, you kill the moss, but then you got no grass. Wherever the moss was, you got a bare spot, so you would have to reseed pretty well the whole green if you let it get to this situation. That's why I'm saying if you see a little bit of moss, and you'll see it as you walk on the green, you'll see a little patch, maybe an inch diameter, an inch and a half. It's shiny. Right away, take that out. It could be something else. It could be there's another type of grass. It's called pearlwort that look like it, but it got roots. So if you seed it and you take your finger and you cannot take that moss, it doesn't come off properly. It's probably pearlwort, and it's just as bad. You have to take that out. Okay, the next thing I got here, weeds. Weeds are a different situation. Whatever you're going to spray to kill the weeds on your green, usually will kill the grass too. Bent grass is tough, but like for plantain or dandelion or crabgrass, it's very difficult to get rid of if it gets away on you. What we do at our club, like on Monday, the guy that comes, there's 2 people that come. One takes the dew off, and they all have a little knife in their pocket, and when you see a weed, they take it out. So I got 2 people doing that every Monday. And whenever they're at the club or whatever, I'm at the club and I see a little weed coming, I just pick it up, just cut the roots off and throw it out. That's the easy way to do it. On the outside of the verge, you should spray the dandelion, especially early in the spring. They'll grow rampant. They grow all over the place. But just use whatever you can get a cane tire, Roundup, or whatever it is, as long as you don't put it on the green. It will not kill the type of grass on the verge. It's probably a Kentucky bluegrass or whatever it is. It's not going to hurt it. So just spray the weed. You should be okay. But I suggest that, especially the plantain. The plantain grows flat, right on the ground. But when you bowl, your bowl will go over it, and you can see the bowl jumping, like, it's sort of hop. And if you just get a knife and cut the roots and fill up, it'll leave a hole because this grows flat on the ground. Fill it up with sand and seed, and you should be okay. But don't let it get out of hand. If you see one, cut it out.
Yeah, Charles, did I just hear you say that it's okay to use Roundup?
Yeah, you can still buy it. It's not as strong as it used to be, but you can still buy it.
Yeah. I'm thinking of our ditches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you can use it. You can use it in the ditch.
There's a new version of Roundup that apparently doesn't harm the grass if you go around and just separately spray the weeds, but not to be used on the green. Never. Yeah. This is for the perimeter grass and so on.
Yeah.
I think there are two versions of Roundup. Well, you have to ask for the good stuff is kept under lock and key. That's why you have to ask for it.
Yeah. Same as the stuff for the ants. There's I think it's called melatonin or whatever it is, something like that. It's you can do it, you can use it, but it's under lock and key because of the poisonous. Okay. Now clover. Clover is becoming a problem for some reason. I had 4 or 5 patches that appeared on our green last year because all the surrounding is all clover. So it's good. The seeds are going to get on your green. And what we used was Mecoprop, MECOPROP, Mecoprop. But you got to be very careful with that stuff. It's very powerful. I don't know exactly the measurement now. It's on the container, but you don't want to overuse that stuff because he'll kill everything. Matter of fact, I tried it a couple of times on some patches that were up far away, and I put it a little stronger than they should. I just want to make sure I get rid of it, and it killed everything. That I had to plug it, but it's the same thing. As soon as you see it, don't let it fester. You got to take it out as soon as you see it. If you see clover growing in your green, take it out right away. Then it will not be a problem. But if it gets to be a problem, you got clover all over the place. That's the only stuff that will control it.
I wanted to go back to the moss thing briefly. We experimented in Oshawa and actually had good luck with it, again, using the diluted Dove dishwashing liquid and doing the very specific spray, not a wide spray. So if you feel like walking the green and checking things out, you could give that a go.
Well, actually, many years ago, I really promoted using soap on the green. It's good for the green. I don't know if it's a sulfate that's in it or whatever it is, but it's good. It's good for everything. Dew worms don't like it. Ants don't like it. But apparently we're not supposed to promote it. I don't know if because the chemical company got after the government or whatever it is, but I was told that I could not promote using soap on their green. And they said, why not? It's just natural. Well, they had all kinds of excuse why we cannot promote it. But
don't say anything. Don't promote it. Just quietly go around and use
go ahead
it.
and do it. Matter of fact, our time one green got so bad, I had a guy that after work would come home, and before he going home, he would spray soap on the green. Every time I watered the green, we had bubbles on the green. But we had the most luscious green that I'd ever seen before. So it's good for the grass, but don't overdo it. And don't say you're doing it in case somebody scream on you. Okay. I like I said before, I don't have I have one of these spray hose attachment that I use on my hose, and I got the little cup down there on there, and I usually put half the soap, and that will take. And there's a sort of a dial on there from 1 to 8, and I usually go 4, and then it'll just take as much soap as it needs, I guess, whatever it is, and I go around and spray the whole grain or whatever I have to. But when I put it in the tank, usually when you spray for dollar spot, or I used to put 50-gallon tank, and I would put a liter of Javex water, maybe 2 cups of soap, and then we would put the chemical in there, and the guy would spray it. That's how we used to do it. We haven't done it because there's no, the algae's been sort of under control and everything else. But like for algae, as soon as you notice you got algae growing on your green, if you mix 1 part Javex water to 50 part water, that is strong enough that will kill the algae and not hurt your grain. You could mix that in a pail, or you can mix that in a water hose or whatever. But if you don't want to go much more than 50 to 1. And it will control it. It doesn't kill it. It just control it. Okay, now the next thing was the localized dry area. We talk a lot about it. There's the wetting agent. There's many types. You even got granular that you can get, and there's liquid. And the guy from the golf course, the IPM certified that I have, last year brought me. You can buy it in pucks, like it's around like a hockey puck, but the same size, and you put it into this container, and you hook it onto your garden hose, and you just spray your whole green. It just takes, and it worked pretty good. And he says he likes that stuff, but I've been using oars in my spray tank. That works pretty good. It says when you put the wetting agent, you should choose a cool day and watering it well. The first time you should use it in early June, and every 3 weeks after, if you have localized dry area. Okay, are we okay on that? And then the next one that I had a couple of calls last year. It's about the crabgrass. Now the crabgrass is a totally different animal. You don't see it in the spring. You start seeing it maybe in the last part of July, August, and it grows. You'll see a little bunch, and maybe it's be an inch in diameter. And when you cut it out, if you see it, it's just like a, oh my gosh, how can I explain? When you cut the roots off, it'll come out like like a plantain, like, you know, it's hard to tell unless you really look at it. But it like in August, it'll turn sort of brown. And you look at it and you say, oh my gosh, I got brown patch in the green. And I keep watering and everything. And if you look at it, it'll be crabgrass. Now, you can dig it out, it will take a long time. And the problem with crabgrass, it reseeds itself. You got lots and lots of seed. And the only way you can correct that is there's a very short window where you can spray for them. And it's called, the stuff you use is pre-emergent herbicide. It's getting a little bottle. It's very expensive too. It's about $600, but you don't use that much. You might use maybe per green, you might use maybe 3 ounces at the most. And you spray your old green, and that will kill the seed. So they will not grow again. But the time you have to spray it is when the forsythia, you know, the flowering yellow plant, yellow bush, it only lasts about 3 weeks. That's the only time you can spray that stuff to do any good, when the forsythia are in bloom. If you wait till they're out of bloom, it's too late. Their seeds are already germinated, and they have to wait till next year to do it. But it really take on the green. If you notice some this year, next year you'll have twice as much. Next year you'll have twice as much, and within 4 years it'll take over your green. And it's hard to get rid of it. So as soon as you see it, try to pick it out. Same as a dandelion or whatever it is. But like I said, the problem is you don't see it until last of July and August.
Yeah, Charles, last year I had some luck with using corn gluten on a patch of crabgrass in my neighbor's lawn, actually. And it's readily available.
Mm-hmm.
If you have patches of it at your club, you could probably use it there. But yeah, you sprinkle that stuff on, and it controlled it.
That's good. Yeah.
I think the ultimate solution, of course, was get down on your hands and knees and dig it out.
Yeah. As soon as you see it, if you only got a little patch, it's not a problem. You just take it out and it's gone.
Yeah.
But if you let it fester, it'll. I'm just trying to think of the green, which I think it was Cosburn. Cosburn Park had a bad situation with it. And then they sprayed it, and they came pretty good. They one spray and it was gone. Next year they didn't add much.
And how much was that? How expensive was that stuff?
To tell you the truth, I think I paid about $600 for just a little bottle. I think it's less than a liter, 750 milliliter for. But like I said, you only use about an ounce per green.
Yeah,
it's very, very potent stuff.
And does it have a shelf life?
I don't know. I imagine I still got some, so.
Okay.
And 2 years ago I gave some to Woodstock. They were having problem. So, well.
Yeah, you say when the forsythia bloom, is that in early May?
Yeah. Yeah. When the forsythia are in bloom, that's when you spray it. Okay. You do it for some. Believe me, that's what it says on. That's what it said on the instruction. And I asked the guy that IPM certified. He said, "Yeah, that's when you do it." So why I don't know, because we got about a 3 weeks of window to do it. But the best thing to do is like everything else that we face on the green is pre-maintenance. If we maintain the green properly, we will not have that problem. If we see one chunk, we just take it out. If we see a dandelion, we take it out. If we see a little bit of moss coming, we take it out. Then we wouldn't have to worry about it. It's a lot easier to do the work before it gets you. Because once that stuff takes hold, and That's why you need to make a plan and get your people, get a lot of people working for you, and have a meeting with them and says, this is what we're looking for. And it will help. It'll work.
I just need the name of the product.
For the crabgrass,
Yes, please.
let's see where. It's called Pre Emergent, IMERGENCE herbicide.
And Ken Grant, what did you use? Wasn't so expensive?
I used corn gluten.
Corn
My,
gluten.
my understanding, yeah, my understanding was the pre-emergent herbicide wasn't available anymore.
Well, I'm sure. I don't know. Like the little container I have, I still got about maybe 4 or 5 ounces left in that bottle. So, but I bought that, I don't know, maybe it could be about 10 years ago. You know, the older you get, the faster time goes. So I got no idea.
I think the pre-emergent ended up on one of the schedule of controlled or banned
Yes,
products.
it is. Yes, it is. I know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah,
the
so
corn
you can't buy it anymore.
and the corn gluten approach was highly promoted early on in both lawn and other kinds of fertilizers.
Yeah.
So
That's
I just have
available.
one
You
more
can buy
thing.
that.
Okay.
Yes.
Once you take it out, like we have a real problem with the crabgrass. Once you take it out, it leaves a big hole. It can't seem to get grass to grow in that hole.
Did you fill them up with sand and mix a mixture of sand and seed and a little bit of fertilizer?
Yeah. How do you get that seed to germinate?
Well, it depends on what time of year. Like, you know, they don't recommend doing any seeding. It was at one time when I used to work on construction that we never seeded after June the 15th. And then we would start again around the end of August. Between that period, seed will probably burn before it germinate, unless you keep watering it all the time.
And it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this time of year until the 15th of June, you should be okay. And then start 1st September, it will germinate.
Okay. Thank you.
But like I said, you know, the weather's changing so much now. Like at one time, we never had weather 90 degrees in Ontario. Now it's, you know, every second day. Okay. Okay, now for dollar spot. I got to spray dollar spot. Once you get the dollar spot, or you should not wait until you get them. You should do it before preventive maintenance. And there's a material called Xteris that have been it's been working very good. It's EXTERIS. And it comes in a 10-liter jug, and I think it's about $400 a jug. And you cannot use the same stuff all the time. It's just like taking aspirin. If you use the same stuff all the time, the disease will get used to it, and they'll find some way to get in. So if you use Xteris the first time, the next time go to Daconil. They still got Daconil, and keep exchanging them. Now, last year I went to a new supplier, and to send their salesman or wherever it is to the club, and spend about 2 hours walking the club and walking the greens and everything, and take all the measurement and everything. And then he says the first time that I should use 3 liter of Xteris per green. That's in 50 gallons of water, and you go both ways, one way then across, so make sure you got everything. And then you keep cutting back. The second time we went with Daconel, and it was just 1 liter of Daconel, because apparently the two of them works together. Then 3 weeks later, then we went to Dexterus again, but then we went to 1.5 liters instead of the 3 liter. The 3 liter was to shock your greens, like, okay, we're protected now. There's a protection. And after that, every 3 weeks or a month, whatever it is, you can go back and cut down on your material. And that has to be done by a licensed operator. But the best thing to do is try to eliminate the dollar spot in the first place, and that's hard. That's a hard thing to do. If you've got thatch in your green, you'll keep the moisture. And if the weather at nights goes above 75 degrees, you're going to have dollar spot. If you don't spray, the disease is always there on the soil. It's just waiting for the right temperature, the right moisture, and you got it. You get the moisture, you get dews, and then you get the high humidity at night. You're going to get dollar spot. Nothing. Best thing to do is if you verticut regularly, take all that ash out of the green. That will eliminate a lot of moisture down there.
If I could just add, Charlie.
Yeah.
The other product that's can be used, and it should be used every 2 to 3 weeks, is Stress Guard.
Yeah. Well, that goes with, is a lot of stress. Yeah, got it in there.
That goes with DAC, which I don't know that DAC will be available very much longer. The other product that you can use, it's either in spray or granular, is called Prophecy. So there are, but all of those products, as Charlie said, are controlled. So you can't just go to anywhere and pick up a bag of Prophecy. That's where you need your certified technician.
Okay, but the best part is try to eliminate the dollar spot is by maintenance. The verticut, if you have a limited thatch on your green, that will help you a lot. And
clear the dew.
Yeah, I was looking at it. And taking the dew off the grass.
So I'm curious because you said, Charlie, that you were using one distributor and then you went to a new distributor. And I'm just curious, would you be able to send me a couple of those contacts? Because I actually, I wrote the test last year, like I studied or whatever. I wrote the test, right. And now I just have to apply to the ministry to have my ticket as a licensed exterminator. But I'm curious as to where I can purchase those products, because that I'm not sure of. So if you could pass those along to me, then I'd have a contact. So
send me an email at Roach at OLBA, and I'll give you everything. I don't like to promote anybody because we're not supposed actually to promote any company.
No. I just
But if you send me an email, I'll give you the contact.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Some of them are very, very good. Like guy from Ontario Seed and the other guy that I use for chemical. I could call him on Tuesday, and I said, "This is what I need." By Wednesday morning, he's at the club waiting for me with the stuff. So he's really good.
Okay, that's great. And I when I did the course, because I know there's a lot of people who say we don't have that certified person. Mm-hmm. It's I think to write the test was $270, and then for 5 years your ticket is good at $90, I think.
Yeah,
So
I know,
the cost isn't that big of a cost if you're looking at paying someone $1,500 to $2,000, which is what our club was doing, like on a yearly basis. So,
like I said, it cost me $2,000 a year between the two of them. But thank you very much. What club are you from?
we're with the Kingston Lawn Bowling Club. So,
Kingston. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
we just wrote the test last summer. So, yeah, there's a couple of books to study, and then you have to write the test.
I know.
But once then you're good for 5 years. So then at least, you know, if you break $90 over the cost of 5 years, it's a pretty good deal. So
I know. Many years ago, when we went to a seminar somewhere, and the Ontario government was there, and all you had to do was sign in. You get your license. You were a greenskeeper? Yeah. What's your name? Yeah, your name, address, and everything. So I went with the guy from the city, and he took his license, and they said, well, you got your license. I don't need it. So that was a mistake. But at my age, I don't want to take a license now. It's too late. But all you young people, that would be worth it.
Yeah, what do you know about a product called Bravo that they say works for dollar spots?
What's the name again?
Bravo.
Bravo. It seemed to ring a bell, but I don't know.
It's Bravo, is it? BRAV?
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, that's it. Bravo.
I heard about it. Yeah.
I have some. It's Bravo Z or ZN or Zinc, I guess. And we had a bottle that was left over from about 5 years ago. I used it last summer, and it does work.
Yeah, good.
But I'm afraid it's probably, that's it.
That's the one.
I don't think it's on the market
I don't
anymore.
think it's on the market anymore. No, you're right.
Yeah.
And it's very messy to work with.
Yeah.
Tell you that. I got my hazmat suit on.
I believe that Bravo is the same as Dactylol, only it's on the agricultural side, not the turf side.
Could be, yeah. The best stuff that I ever used was called Trilogy. That was very strong in press guard, and it was good for dollar spot, and it lasted a lot longer than the Daconil. At one time used 21 days, every 21 days. Now I went down to was 15 days. Now, if you have a heavy rain, it just disappears. So if you only using Daconil, you got to be careful. That's the cheap stuff to buy, but it's for some reason it's not working as well as it used to. So that's why I went to Xteris. That's probably the only stuff that got the stress guard on it, and you need that stuff. But if you, like I said, if we do our maintenance and we're very diligent and make sure we take the dew off, make sure we get all the thatch out of the green, we're halfway there. So, but come June or July and August, the way things are going now with the weather being so hot and the high humidity, it's just a breeding ground for disease. So we have to be very careful. You can look at your green and it look beautiful, and the next day you can look at it and say, "Oh, it's a little bit of discoloring here and there," and that's the dollar spot. They got you.
Yes. One of the questions I've got is because it's very difficult to get an IPM person to come and spray, and most of these chemicals are now being banned by the provincial and federal governments and everything being hazardous. Like in the States, you can order all this stuff basically from Amazon and stuff like that, but they won't ship to Canada because of the regulations that we have. Is there any way for OLBA to set up like a little list or something like that where we can get biohazard chemicals type thing that we could use on our greens to control these products without having to jump around each little store or ask different clubs what they use type thing? Just have like a list that we can download that are the recommended or suggested things that we do to cover like weeds and and dollar spots, crabgrass, moss. Like our club in Oshawa, our north green is shaded a lot because of the trees in the area, so we get a lot of moss. Whereas the one on the south doesn't tend to get that. This year we noticed when we looked at them, there's a lot of dark brown spots on the north green and very little of it on the south green. I'm assuming that's snow moss from what you were saying, Charlie.
Yeah. Could be snow mold, yeah. There's two types of snow mold. There's what they call the pink snow mold, and it's actually pink. And the other one, it'll be like brown. But I'll talk to the guy that supplied me with the chemical. It's a big company, and see if I could get one of their expert to put something maybe on the website, OLBA website. That would be help to him. That would be good advertisement for him, and I'll see if I can talk to him and get that done, and see what material is available for everybody.
Okay.
As far as OLBA, I know some people are going across from Windsor and getting their stuff in the state and bringing them back, and it's not illegal. It's just illegal to use it.
Oh, okay.
You can bring it across. You can bring it across, and it's not illegal. It's quite legal to bring it across, but you cannot use it in Canada.
I know that like basically Amazon.com, like when you try to order it there, they will not ship anything like that to Canada. And Amazon.ca won't carry it. But this is one of the reasons why we're discussing with our city now about tearing out the grass greens and putting an artificial.
Yeah.
Like it's just, we cannot get an IPM specialist to come down and do our greens. And it's like a lot of other clubs now are switching to artificial too. So it's becoming
get in touch with
practical.
Yeah. Get in touch with the guy that was from Kingston there. He just got his license. He might be looking for a job. He could, whatever he needs.
2 hours east.
yeah, that's all. Well,
well, this is going to be my first year, like being involved with. That's why I was asking Charlie. But the goal from our perspective with Kingston was to possibility of, neighboring clubs that, because we know they're in the same situation, not from a profit perspective, but if there was ways that we could help other clubs with this process, that's something that we would be interested in doing. But this is going to be my first year, so it's a process of I need to, learn the ropes a little bit. But then going forward, that is certainly something that, I think if OLBA was to look at, someone getting certified in different areas, that we would then be able to help each other out. I think that would be a great way of using that resource. So I would be up to that. Except I'm not as proficient as like the speakers here today. So that's something I'm in the process of learning about. So
the protocol for licensees is they do all of the purchasing of the products, and they do the application of the products, and they keep their own record. Now, it was there's a limit to the number of sites or organizations with which you can do that. So it wouldn't be like one person could do 8 clubs. And you would have to report for each of those clubs. How much product did you buy? How much did you use at Kingston, at Belleville, etc.? And it's your ultimate responsibility. And if the province requested an audit, or if frankly a resident in the area of one of the clubs, then you are the one who's going to have to respond. That's where it is. That's where it is as of a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it still is the same. Every club that uses chemical has to have an IPM certified sign off, and who sprayed it, how much material to put on, what material to put on, what date, what was the weather like. But you got to have it. So.
Yeah, just to couple things in regards to spraying. We have a program that was provided by Plant Products. As I said before, the city has the license to purchase, so they purchase for us, but we use a product called Secure and Maxtima. And we use the traditional Daconil and the systemic product as well. But we sprayed less this past year than we have previously, because there's longer periods between the Secure and the Maxtima that you require, and it worked very well for us. Like, since we have managed our own spraying program, we have not had dollar spot, I would say, in at least 5 years. Maybe there was one someplace, but you never noticed it. But that also was everything to do with Charlie's said, have to do down every day. We do have the walk behind sprayer. I encourage you to look, if you can do it yourselves, look at Rogers Sprayers out of Saskatoon. Great people, inexpensive. And as I said, the training program, we are trained as technicians. We have to go through the training every 2 years. With 3 people in the club, we can add 2 greens, we can manage it. We also use our liquid fertilizer. So I think there's lots of help out there. Certainly, I don't know what Ontario Seed is like, but Plant Products for sure are very helpful. Now, another club in our district, the Richtown Club, they've essentially partnered with their local golf course who does all the spraying for them. The disadvantage to that is if they miss a cycle when they're spraying, that you get dollar spot. And that's why we went to sort of own it ourselves, because we relied on the golf course that would come and spray for us, and it just didn't always work out.
That's good. Thanks, Don. Yeah, if you're like, like I just happened to get this guy in here, and he's very good. Like, apparently last year he didn't want to put a bill because we didn't have, last couple of years. So they said, put your bill in, we'll pay you. Somebody to help you. Like, I'm not knowledgeable that I could do everything. But I don't know when Jan says about he has to buy, what happened, with our situation, the RPM certified give his number, license number, to the people that buy my chemical from. It's on hold. So every time I want something, I call and I said, this Charlie Rose from Burlington Lawn Bowling Club, this is what I need. And she'll say, if we got your number, and I said, no, you don't have mine, but you got the lens number. So she looks it up, and then they deliver the stuff. So I can buy it as long as that somebody has to put their number, and they're responsible for it.
Scotty, 2 questions. What exactly does IPM stand for? And secondly, if dollar spot is left untreated, will it be killed over the winter? Will it die?
What's that? What the second question? The dollar spot, it does kill the grass, and it'll leave a dollar spot. It's about the size of a silver dollar.
Yep.
And if it's not treated, it will be bare. And the next thing that's going to grow in there is going to be either algae or moss or weeds. Once you get hit with dollar spot, and everybody, I'm sure, in their lifetime got hit by dollar spot, the only thing you can do after is if you get some high nitrogen fertilizer and just hit it, it will bring it back. But if you don't do anything, it will not grow until you reseed it. Or in the fall, when you aerate, you take most of it out and then top dress it, and they'll take the rest out, and then you overseed it, and it'll grow. But if you treat it, you can treat it. You could buy liquid fertilizer with high nitrogen and spray your green. when after you get hit by it, that will, bring it back to a certain level. But it's a dreadful disease. It always stays in the green. It's just like I said before, it's waiting for the right temperature and the moisture. So the way you can do it is try to avoid like Don said about maintenance, maintenance, and you'll be okay.
IPM is integrated pest management.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I guess it goes with what Charlie said. One of the things we've always been told is if you see the dollar spot, it's too late.
Yeah.
So you got to start your spraying program early in the season. We start, going into the long weekend, we'll probably spray before that.
That's
and
right.
then all the way through. Because once you see it, it's tough. It's like if you've had surgery, the nurses always tell you they don't want you to chase the pain. They want to give you something before you get it, so it's maintained. And that's what you have to do with all your, with any fungicide spraying. You got to stay ahead of it. And yeah, you look like what are you spraying for? There's nothing there. Well, if that's the way you see it through the whole year, you did it right.
Yeah. See what happened a couple years ago in the end of June, like we had sprayed. We had none of dollar spot, nothing. I don't know if you remember, we had 3 days of rain, heavy rain, and it was hot. And on the 4th days, when we went to the green, we said, holy mackerel. Just like that, we got hit by dollar spot. And it took us all year to get him back. We still had to overseed in the fall to correct it. So sometimes you can't help it, but there's a lot of things we can do to help ourselves. And one of them is preventive maintenance.
I'm highlighting here an interesting question that came in. What experience do people have using nematodes for lawn grubs? There is a product out there. It's called, the one that we used in Oshawa last year was called Merit. But again, that's you can't just go out and buy that. You need someone to buy it for you or to arrange for you to buy it through their license number.
I'm just trying to get out of this computer here. I had a couple of questions that came in by email this morning.
I've used nematodes at home here on lawn grubs, and it does work, but you have to apply it at the right time of year, and you have to soak everything. I mean, really heavily soak the soil and everything before you apply it, and then water it in afterwards as well. But it does work.
That's good. Yeah, I heard a little bit about it. I never use it, so I cannot comment on it.
The other product that I found works well too is, and it's quite readily available now from Home Depot, is Grub Be Gone. That's a Scott's product too, I think.
Can that be used on bent grass, or is that a lawn care product?
It's a lawn care product.
It's a lawn care product. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be very careful about crossing over to bent grass.
You might want to check with Scott's about that.
I raised the question about nematodes. We used it last year and had virtually no grub damage. And I'm not sure whether it was the luck of the draw or the product really worked as advertised, but it's a good product because there's so many products here that you need technical support for, but this one you can just use off the shelf.
We had a commercial gardening guy do our lawn the first year with the nematodes, and basically he just mixed a couple of packages of nematodes in a watering can and walked back and forth across the lawn sloshing it on. But he made sure that it was a very rainy period, like the rains, good rain before and after he applied it, and it worked beautifully. It's you've got to keep it wet.
I guess there were some questions about the integrated pest management, and the whole process isn't just about like using chemicals. The whole point of an integrated pest management system is actually what Charlie is promoting, in that you have to have a plan, and you basically are keeping good tabs on your entire green. And the reason why they promote having someone with an IPM is so that you aren't just willy-nilly using, you know, this product or that product, or going, I think I need this, I don't. The whole point is not to use a product until it gets to a point where it would be interfering with, you know, the quality of play or something like that, right? And so it's not just designed so you can buy chemicals and put chemicals on. It's so that you actually have a plan, which Charlie is talking about, so that you aren't putting more chemicals into the environment than you possibly need to. And it's their way of monitoring it, so you don't end up with runoff and into the lakes and into the sewer system and stuff like that. So it, you know, from what when I wrote the test and stuff, it wasn't just sitting there going, okay, you have to know how to put this chemical, that chemical. It identifies like when different weeds at certain times of year are going to hit the green, when the best time is to apply a chemical for that. So if it's like dandelions, you're not putting it on in August, you know, you would be hitting it at 2 times a year, and things like that. So it's not just about, the IPM is not just about chemicals. So anyways.
That's good. Thank you. Thanks for the information. I was looking for...
Charlie, can I just add one thing there?
Yeah.
When I was the greenskeeper in Cannington,
yeah,
the only chemicals we used was double F2 in the fall after the top dressing to deal with snow mold. And our IPM person from the golf course up just a little north, he and I were very committed to leaving a very small footprint in terms of the use of products. So it can be done. I mean, we eliminated everything except for the double F2, which isn't available anymore. And it can be done. You know, you can use Prophecy or use Instrata for snow mold, but if you just walk the green every day, every other day, and have a pocket knife with you, and then remove or disperse the dew in the morning, most days, you can really work yourself away from these controlled products and all of the rest of that.
Yeah, I was looking I was away looking for stuff Fiesta. I took a course last winter, well, and they were talking about the Fiesta, and there was a study made at Ohio State and GTI, that's the Guelph Turf Institute. It says frequent application was most important. Continue the state of stress for the Fiesta. During the spring and fall were controlled best. In summertime, didn't seem to work very well. So spot spraying allowed more direct contact. Limit research on these adventures. So there's about the Fiesta. So there's not too much write up on it. But if it worked for somebody, that's fine. That's
Fiesta is what the lawn companies typically apply to your lawn. It's iron.
Yes. Yeah.
Iron based.
Yeah. Actually, that's the guy that's looking after our property here in the condos. I was the president. He asked me if he could use them. There's a material that's very high in iron for dandelion, and use.
Fiesta.
Yeah. and you spray that, and apparently they really love the stuff, and they just grow themselves right out and kill themselves. That's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened.
The trouble with it apparently though is that it kills the top part of the plant but not the root.
Yeah, so they'll come back next year. Yeah, you got to keep doing it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So anyway, your best for green, just to pick them up. If you let them go out of control, well, that's not maintenance. That we're being negligent. So if we do the maintenance, we will not have that problem. It's better to pick up 10 dandelion this week, because if you don't pick, these stands are going to give you 20 next week, and then 30 and 40. And first thing you know, you got weeds all over the place. So the first one you see, and you'll be seeing them very shortly. Just pick them out. Oh, you got to unmute yourself, Dave. Oh.
Yes, I like what Jan said there about not using chemicals. I've been looking after our green for like 20 years. And I basically don't use any chemicals. I do kill ants, with Ant Be Gone or something. And the only thing I use a chemical on is a clover. And I just put a little daub of weed killer in the middle of spots of clover, and it spreads out and kills it all. So I don't find it necessary to use all this stuff. And most people kind of think our green's pretty good.
That's good.
I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Dave.
That's great, Dave. Many years ago, when I went to Ottawa for a seminar, and I told all you guys what you should be using, but we can't promote that anymore. So, but that was good. I had a recipe here. I can't find it anymore, but actually it was Mr. John Fanton sent it to me about 4 or 5 years ago. That Lloyd Wood had done a seminar in London, and what they call the poor man chemical. Remember? That works,
Yeah.
And but the only problem with that, you put it on. If you put it on today and it rains tomorrow, it's gone. So you have to redo it again. But it's very cheap to do and everything. So I don't know where I put it. I got it. So if somebody wants to know about it, just send me an email and I can send it to you. But I'm not supposed to promote that stuff because they got no chemical. The companies are not making money on it.
It means a couple of cans of beer.
That's right. Well, it says 2 beers, but you might as well have 3, one for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Dave, which club do you work? You do the greenskeeping at?
Yeah, that's Galetta.
Okay.
Yeah. I do put lime on the green, and I agree with. I didn't know why I was doing it, but thanks to Jan talking about the cedar trees, that's what was making my one green close to the cedar trees poor, and the lime fixed it. And Charlie recommended soap to me years ago, and I do use Sunlight soap on the green. Yeah.
Hey, way to go.
Yeah. So anyway, this morning we had an email. There was 4 questions. Maybe I could. One of them was, how many people do you suggest makes up a greenskeeping committee? Well, that's depend. If you only got one green, with 6 people, you would have 1 per day. I got about 12, but we got 2 greens. And then the second question was, I think using large mat the week before any tournament would be a good idea. My thought. Well, my thought on greens mat, big mat, that should be the last resort. If your greens get damaged by the bowler, It's either your greens are too wet, your roots, you got very shallow roots, you're not maintaining your green properly. Number 3, maybe you should try to teach them not to dump the bowl, but using the mat a week before the big tournament, it's not going to really help you. You take the mat off, they're going to damage your green anyway. I suggest that, first of all, if you verticut, you don't overwater, your greens are nice and solid, you're not going to hurt your green. What happened when you put big mats on there and you got moisture on the ground and the sun is shining on that? It just brings that moisture out. If you look at it after you take the mat, you see all that, it's wet. Actually, it just brings up the moisture. So it doesn't do any bit of good. I would suggest try to maintain your greens properly, and you won't have to. But if you have to, I guess you have to. Another question, could you explain the importance of getting morning dew off the green? Well, I think everybody knows what's the importance of taking the dew off the green. Apparently, I never tried it, but they say if you take a little bit of dew on your finger and you lick it, it's sweet. It's sugary. And the last thing you want to put on your green is sugar. So, but if you break it down, it'll be okay. Once the sun dries up the dew, it sort of leaves a film like salt water or something like that. When it dries up, you can see a white film. Well, when the sun dry up the dew, you get the same. You don't see it unless you really look with a magnifying glass, but it's there apparently. So the benefit of it is to stop getting these especially dollar spots. Okay, 4th one was, I think it's helpful to rake the ditch daily, like a Gulf sand trap. It was mentioned to me that if you get weeds out right away, daily raking will prevent any seed from germinating. Okay, we do our ditch once a week on Monday. Take the weeds out and we rake the ditch, and that's it, and we have no problem. If you get that much problem with weed, there's something wrong. You're not doing a very good maintenance. We have to do every day. So whatever works for you. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but it seemed like a lot of work to get a person to go around, do your dish every day and take the weeds out. That shouldn't happen. Okay, I think
Charlie,
yeah.
There's a question that came into the chat room, as it were, and I think we've answered it, but let's do it again. How often do people test their green with soil samples?
It's recommended every 2 or 3 years. There's not much really change, If you do it every 3 years, it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, John, I think you got that recipe there that I was talking about.
How did you know that, Charlie?
I just saw the paper. Yeah.
Yeah, you mix 1 can of beer, 2 cups of ammonia, 2 cups of Epsom salts, 2 cups of Listerine, and 2 cups of lemon soap.
Lemon scented soap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I when I was given that, I said, well, what's the beer does? He said, well, the beer got lots of yeast in there, like whatever they use for bacon or something like that. And apparently every one of them will kill germs. So
the beer keeps the grass happy.
That's right. That's what I said. Always double the recipe of the beer and the one for me. But apparently it's work. I use it a lot when I was younger, and I would go there and people would say, "What are you spraying?" I said, "Oh, I'm just good stuff." Oh, the smell. Well, the Listerine's, So anyway, but I haven't done it the last couple of years. Okay, is there any more questions? I think we're past the time. It's 2:27.
Yeah, it wasn't a question, but it was a comment. And Charlie, it was raised about the ditches. I personally feel, in all the years that I've maintained greens, that ditches are the most ignored parts of the playing area. They're uneven in depth. They're hard in some spots and not in others. So, where you don't have to do it every day, we ask our greens crew, because we do cut every day except the weekend unless there's a tournament, and there usually is that someone takes the time to run the rake around. And then this early spring, we will spend the time bringing them all to even heights. And generally, it's, just, I think it's 5 centimeters is the depth. But I believe, it's a neglected area, and it is part of the game that can impact the result. So we should spend time taking care of our ditches. If you get someone really excited about it, like a summer student, you could give it to them to take care of every day.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good idea. Like, you could make the difference between winning a game and losing a game. It's on the jitney, doesn't really matter, but when you get to a tournament, we do them every morning of the tournament and every Monday. So it seemed to work, but the depth mean a lot too. Like, you could be the deepness doesn't really matter, but if it's less than the, I think it was 2 inches, 2.5 inches, that should be at least. And that means a lot because the ball goes in the ditch. It has to go in the ditch and it got to stay in the ditch. If it's higher and it goes in the ditch and walk out again, then, you're, but yes, it is. Thanks, Don, for mentioning. But, okay, next question.
I just want to know how often you sprayed John's home recipe there. How often did you spray that?
Okay, it says the second week of May, the end of the first week of July, first week of August, and September, the third week, and 4 or 5 days after the last tournament.
Actually, 2 questions. Does anyone know where you can buy one of those wedge-shaped devices for taking a sample, which will show the root depth? And the second one is for John. Can you just repeat that recipe one more time, please?
The wedge. There's a company that out in Mississauga that has all kinds of stuff for the golf course. They're very expensive. I prefer the round one myself. I got 2. I got an hexagon one and I got a round one. And the hexagon, if your greens are properly and you got deep roots, you can dig the plug, you can put the hexagon in there, but when you lift it, it won't come out because the roots are holding it there because it's big. But with the round one, you just go around and you twist it, then you break the root, and you pick it up.
Okay.
The wedge one, you probably would have to. The wedge one, it goes down about 6 inches or something. If you want to check and you're probably going to cost you quite a bit of money for it. But if you want to see how deep your roots are, just take a core sampler. You know what? It's about an inch in diameter, and you can go about 12 inches. That's what you need for your roots. And I would not spend the money for the wedge. It's if you want, you can email me and I'll give you the address and the book and everything so you can buy it. But I don't see any advantage in it.
For John.
Okay, you ready to?
Yep.
2 cups of ammonia.
Yep.
2 cups of Epsom salts.
Yep.
2 cups of Listerine.
Yep.
And 2 cups of lemon soap. And a can of beer.
That was the one I missed.
You drank it.
Well, the
what is this used for?
everything.
For dollar spot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we're approaching the end here. There is one question: how many participant clubs have Japanese beetle problems? And once you've covered that, I would like to sort of give my little fond farewell message. So, Charlie, Japanese beetles.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and okay, I got
The one product, I know the one product that's recommended is Merit, but again, you have to have somebody buy it for you, or to arrange to buy it with that person's number.
What bug were you talking about?
Japanese beetles.
Japanese beetles.
They were a problem this summer, I know. There were
yeah.
several clubs that really ran into problems.
Well, I'm looking at the course we had, and I don't see anything about everything else, but okay. I don't know anything about it, so you're going to have to explain to us.
No, it's just a bug.
I know, yeah.
If you go to, actually, if you look up Japanese beetles online or prevention of, you'll probably end up at Ontario Seed or somewhere, and you will find the product Merit mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And it does work very well, and you only apply, it's granular. I don't know if it's available in spray, and you only apply it once a year. Okay, and they will give you the description of what kind of temperature or weather for the best result.
Yeah. See, that's what the IPM certified when he comes. Like I said, he's a superintendent of a golf course, so he knows when the diseases are coming. He knows what kind of bugs. So he comes and check the green, and then you report to me. But I haven't heard him, and he's been doing it for the last 3 years. Same guy, and I haven't heard him mentioning it about the beetles. So far, hopefully, you don't have any. If we have, well, I guess
I'm sure he's got it covered.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm over time now, Ralph. You know you're going to have to pay me more now. Put another zero to the end of it.
We get paid?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the zero you want. All the zeros you want. You just add them up.
I was wondering about this recipe we have. Do you put that in 10 liters of water or 50 liters of water, or do you use it full strength?
I think it says to mix that in a pail. In a 5. Oh, you're muted, John.
Apply it with a hose.
Garden hose, yeah. Like a garden hose attachment you get on your garden hose you can buy at the garden store.
Yes.
And you put that stuff in there and then spray it.
Yeah, I don't think we have one of those, but I guess I could buy one. Yep. Okay. Yeah. My question. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not that expensive. Probably, but $12, something, $15. You can buy them at the garden store. It's just like when you fertilize your garden or something, your tomatoes, you got just attached to your garden hose.
Okay, thank you.
You were saying about the Japanese beetles. There's Japanese beetle traps you can buy at the hardware. I bought 2 of them, one at either end of the green a couple of years ago. I haven't had them since.
Perfect.
In respect to the Japanese beetles, that's the reason we bought the nematodes. It costs about $150 to $200 for enough nematodes to cover the green. We had good success last year, and the reason I raised my question was I wasn't sure if it was luck of the draw or that it actually worked. But we had one of the most beetle-free greens that we've had in years. And the other thing about the beetle traps is we use those for a year. And I heard Ed Lawrence, well-known gardener, he recommends against the beetle traps. He says, what you're doing, they use pheromones and you're just attracting the beetles to where the pheromone traps are, which are probably close to your green.
I haven't had them since.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's good to go. That's good to know. So, okay.
Can I give my fond farewell here?
Yes.
Okay. There have been a number of occasions in the, I don't know, however long I've been doing this. The example was the course superintendent at the Briars who insisted that all lawn bowling clubs should put down tarps in the winter. And I listened to the folks from the golf courses. They certainly know a great deal more than I do. But I want to give you the cautionary note here. I've encountered a number of golf course folks, who are absolutely adamant that verticutting is not good, that they never do it, and wrong. And I keep saying to them, I'm talking about a lawn bowling green. I'm not talking about a putting green. And the one thing that Lloyd Woods actually did at a seminar or a symposium in the West Coast some years ago was he finally said, okay, folks, let's all just take a deep breath here. I'm going to describe to you why a golf course is not a lawn bowling green. And the main point that he made, and I remember this, and I use it all the time, a golf ball weighs how many ounces? It's dimpled. It doesn't, it's not a lawn bowl. A lawn bowl weighs anywhere from 2.8 to 3.3 pounds. It has a solid running surface. It's not dimpled. I could take my lawn bowls, the golf guy could come to my lawn bowling green and have a perfect putting surface. I cannot take my lawn bowls to a putting green with any success at getting any kind of pace. So with all of the very good advice from our golf course people, there is a limit. And if they don't understand the basic difference between golf balls and lawn bowls, then you have a problem. So I want to give that to you because that was one of the first lessons I learned, and it has stood me well for years.
Amen, sister.
I totally agree. I said the same thing, that the weight of the ball and the configuration of the ball makes such a huge difference.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself now.
Okay, I guess I spend not so much the last couple of years, but prior to the COVID-19, I spent a lot of time at Guelph University and trying to convince them of that. And he said to me, "What do you think makes a good lawn bowling greenskeeper?" I said, "A lawn bowler." And they totally disagreed with me. And they were saying, well, there's a lot of good greenskeeper in golf. They don't play golf, but they're good greenskeeper. I said, yes, they probably are. And I don't disagree with you. But I said, for a good start, if you're a lawn bowler and you know what the green should be doing, you got an advantage. Or somebody who doesn't know what lawn bowling is about. So finally, I finally convinced them. They're coming along. So
okay,
anyway,
verticut.
Yeah, they rewrote the book. Lloyd Woods' book has been taken over by Bowls Canada, and we spent many hours discussing because there's a lot of things that's outdated and they want to put something else. So there's a new book coming out. It'll be probably coming out later this year. It's finished now, but they have their own ideas. What's a lawn bowling green should be like, and I think I opened their eyes. Hopefully, I did, because I took one of the professor and I brought him to Burlington, and I said, "This is what a lawn bowling green, and this is what we have to do." And And I told him, I said, when we play a tournament, like say for instance, men's 4, and they're all pretty well close to 200 pounds, and there's 8 of them that's going to be on a 14-foot green. They're all going to be standing here, 2 at the other end, and there's 6 here. And look at all the weight, look at all the compaction. I said, when you play golf, you got a little wee ball, and there's four per green. Every 15 minutes, there's 4 people that goes in the green. 90% of them not going to hit the green, you know. So there's no comparison.
Yeah.
Can we get the dollar spot recipe one last time? I finally found a pencil.
Ken, I love you.
Yeah, I know.
You just go buy the beer. That's all.
Ken, just don't be thankful you don't live with me.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I got another one here somewhere too that John gave me. It's a little bit more. No. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. 2 cups of ammonia. 2 cups of Epsom salts. 2 cups of Listerine. 2 cups of lemon soap. And a can of beer.
We should write a song for lawn bowlers.
And,
with
whatever you do, don't mix. What did you say? You put 2 cups of chlorine?
No, ammonia.
Ammonia. Don't mix the ammonia with Jevex water.
No,
you'll have an explosion.
Yeah, you'll kill yourself.
Yeah.
Not good.
Okay, so it's 2 cups of ammonia, 2 cups of Epsom salts, 2 cups of Listerine, 2 cups of lemon soap, a can of beer, and spray it on.
Spray it on.
Or sprinkle it on.
With a hose sprayer.
Mix that up in a pail.
Yeah.
And then you pour that stuff into your hose adapter, like, you know, your little container you're going to have on your hose, and spray it in the green.
At what concentration?
Just put it on. Right out of there.
Like the sprayers have got different concentrations, so many ounces per gallon or whatever.
No, fill the one that goes on the end of the hose. You know, like you can use Miracle-Gro, and then just turn the water on, and it dilutes as it goes.
Yeah, but I know, but mine has a thing for concentration.
Well, buy a cheap one.
or open it up. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yes.
All right.
That's good.
Thanks to you, Ralph.
Thank you,
Ralph.
everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
What I'm going to say is, if you have any concern, like something that pertains to you and you're not sure, send me